Hello, one and all. Today is the day that everything has been culminating to. Our three juggernaut teams have gathered together to go against each other to try and be our grand champions of the Contenders APAC Full Series. Now, it's myself and Pap today leading you through these final two matches. Are you excited, Pap?
I'm not just excited. I am fanatic. I am mad. I am unrestrained. And I am, in fact, delirious. No, I am, of course, I am very excited myself about these matches. I mean, everything is culminated into today. We've had such a crazy bracket running up, and these final three teams going head-to-head for the grand finals. I mean, these three teams are so good in their own right. Some have had to fight through lower brackets. Some, like DAF, have had it really easy, just cruising through high bracket, waiting for everybody in the actual grand final. But yeah, Para, this is going to be a intense night full of Overwatch.
Oh yeah, this is going to be... There's a lot put on the line here tonight to decide who's coming third, second, and fourth. And I think everyone's hungry for it, especially Varel and Heaven Sent. You know, they've both been beaten by DAF, so both of them are going to be vying to try get back into that finals, those grand finals, to go up against DAF.
DAF has the largest target on their back tonight. Both Heaven Sent and Varel have been defeated by DAF in previous rounds. Heaven Sent got so close to that final position, but just got knocked down 3-2 from having a just wait in grand finals. Now it's DAF. Heaven Sent, they want that back. But Varel, they don't want it back just for this season of Para. They want it back for all the previous seasons DAF has done them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just going back to the previous season when DAF was their previous roster. It's been long enough now that I'm back to DAF. I think it was Kraken Esports, fairly certain. But, you know, the rebranded, completely same team in terms of players, even coaching staff, took down Varel to get that title of the previous season champions. So, DAF definitely looking good.
And we've seen as well how well Varel did through that lower bracket, right? We saw them defeat Invincibles and NG UK really well. In fact, they were really bizarre matches, but consistently Varel were able to pull out a win even once there were two players down. But here's the a little bit of a schedule. Of course, we had some round robins to start us off with. Not round robins, just a bracket. But now we're leading into, of course, the semi-finals and the finals.
Yeah, that's tonight. We're here. We made it to the finals.
Bye.
The lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals, of course. This is where everything happens, you know. All the questions of who is going to be the best APAC team for arguably 2023 is on the table now. You know, if DAF can pull that out, getting 2 times, they're certainly going to be considered one of those top level contenders teams for sure. And as you can see here, this is what everything has led to. As Pap talked about earlier, DAF took down Varel, then took down Heaven Sent. They both now worked their way through their loser bracket respective placements, and one of those two are going to be going up against DAF, and that's going to be our first match to decide who's going to be the one to go against DAF.
Yeah, their opponents, and they're very angry opponents too. I was mentioning, I don't know why I said it was easy, because I mean, if you have a look, DAF had to go 3-2 against Varel and 3-2 against Heaven Sent. So very, very close matches. Heaven Sent had it at one point, but then fumbled and dropped the ball towards the end there. Probably on Flashpoint, knowing Flashpoint.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is today's schedule, of course. We are beginning with the semis of Heaven Sent versus Varel, which are leading up to our big grand final. The winner of that match will go head-to-head against DAF.
Ultimately, that's the goal. I think because DAF went 3-2 against both Varel and Heaven Sent, I think this is going to be quite a close matchup. I think even though, you know, technically both teams are coming from different regions. If you didn't know, Heaven Sent, mostly a lot of NA players, some Contenders European players. Europe, there we go. Oh gosh. So just a wide range of out of APAC Contenders players coming in for this final full series, whereas Varel, long-time APAC team. So there's a lot of history between both of these teams in terms of Contenders level play, and we'll see whether potentially NA can try come through and disrupt APAC a little bit and show them who's boss. I think that's what Heaven Sent's ultimate goal is.
Exactly. It's tough though, right? Because if you've been watching APAC for a while, you probably want to go for Varel, as they've been in APAC for so long, but Heaven Sent looking to disrupt all of that.
And here is Heaven Sent. I mean, such a stacked roster. A few of these names you may not recognize until we give you those quick read nicknames. For example, Ping Patel, very well known as Pummy. Rupay Raj, well known as Abs. Clear Kun is just Clear. Iron Van Arp is Iron Man. And then Zera. So there's a lot of really well-known, especially Contenders NA names out there that Heaven Sent are bringing along to the party.
And the party is only just beginning because, of course, what's a party without a couple more Varel players with Nico and Cookie with the DPS. And then, we're leading with KSG first as the tank. And then everyone in the backline loves a Cloud and Mint, keeping them alive and also dealing a ton of damage. We've been seeing a lot of that Alari and Baptiste as well. And man, you can pump it out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, both of these rosters are pretty stacked rosters, if I do say so myself. I think a big matchup that's going to be coming into play here are the tanks. Clear, very well known for the Sigma. Very, very good on the Sigma. So I think we'll be seeing a lot of KSG coming out to try and get away from Sigma maps.
Onto the ball maps, perhaps? I haven't seen much ball since Milgaru, but maybe we'll see the resurgence. Not on this map, though, Para. Antarctic Peninsula, you do not see ball very often. Usually we've been seeing some Orisa, some Sigma, but KSG coming out instead of Plankton, that's definitely not a Sigma. If I don't know. No, can't be, surely.
Yeah, I mean, Plankton is the Sigma player, so I would
Right?
think that with KSG, and we probably won't see the Sigma, especially on Antarctic Peninsula, as our first map. Of course, this map was chosen by the admins, and then after that, it will be loser's pick. So this is the opening to the door, Pep. This is the chance for both teams to set their status in the sand, to try and sort of build a bit of momentum for themselves.
Do you know what's a little bit scary for Varel? Antarctic Peninsula was the map that Varel had to win against DAF to go through to the Summer Showdown all the way back then, and that's the one that they lost. So Varel going back to this one, trying to get back to DAF, they know what's coming at them. They know how hard this match is going to be. And, I mean, they're doing pretty well, both teams, really, on winning control. In fact, none of them, both sides, sorry, they haven't dropped a single control point. So, coming into this one, both teams are looking really strong.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of both teams, DAF had to essentially reverse sweep them. We talked about DAF. We kind of stylized their name a little bit to download, analyze, and then flatten the enemy.
Flatten, that's the one.
So certainly DAF has both times had to kind of figure out their play style and then find a way to take down their play style. So this could maybe not be as close as the paper may be telling us, purely based on the fact that if one team can't download the other team's play style, it could just be a bit of a stomp.
And I feel that Varel as well are one of those teams where they might take a map just to download, but they cannot take too long, as you said. Otherwise, heaven sent, they're the kind of players that once they're on top, they can just completely run over you. And having said all this, the reason why you're seeing our lovely mugs again is that Zura has just DC'd, so we're just waiting for them to get back into the lobby. Yeah. Should be fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, hopefully it's not going to be a continuous thing, because that is going to make it much harder to try come out on top if your player is constantly DCing.
Apara, we're not in the right region. We need to be an OCE for all these DCs.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yeah, certainly that could be a big effect, depending on how often this is going to happen to said player from Heaven Sent. Zera being the one to DC. So hopefully someone can send them out a wee little internet package, get that all upgraded for them, get them back up and running.
Download moreinternet.com. I don't know,
Yeah.
something like, yeah, it's just that easy. It's just one click away. Oh, yeah, no, but while we're waiting, I mean, we can always talk about what we're thinking that they're going to roll out on either side. I mean, Varel have been absolutely spectacular again against Invincible and NGUK. The ability that they had to turn fights even once they'd gone down like 2 players. I think the Varel's biggest enemy will be its ult economy. I don't know if you remember, but the last time we cast APAC, most teams might have had 5 ults. We're like, okay, just, by the law of how Overwatch works, usually the team that has 5 ults should win the next fight. But it was pretty consistent that wouldn't be the case. So if Varel, I'm sure they've been watching a lot of the Korean contenders. They've been practicing and scrimming behind the scenes as well. So if they can tighten up that ult economy that went a little bit haywire, then I think they're on a good streak.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a lot of ultimate play and ultimate tracking. I think is going to be coming down, because we know both players are both DPS players on both teams are so mechanically gifted that I think ultimately it probably will just come down to the likes of ultimate tracking, ultimate cycling, making sure that everything is tracked and played perfectly. We are going to jump onto a quick 5-minute break just to try and get our players back.
Must have gone to heaven. See you soon.
Good news, everyone. Zerasun's internet has returned from heaven back down to earth now to spread the good Overwatch gameplay even. So it sounds like Zera is now back. So if you were trying to gain that Mercy skin by getting watch time, you can thank Zera for that. But Pat, as we said, moving into Antarctic Peninsula, I think this is going to be a good clash straight away. These two teams are going to go intense.
I have to say it's probably one of the best starts control because, like I said, no team against these two, Heaven Sent and Varel, have dropped a control map as a whole. So it will be a real, I guess it will set, not quite in stone, but I suppose in moldable clay, at least a little bit, which team is coming out on top so far. Because, you know, obviously there's no tiebreakers on the control map. So Heaven Sent and Varel, we've got, it seems like Clear going on, there is a Sigma. KSG's on Sigma. What is this? Hello? Huh? No plankton needed, I guess. They must have a plan for the other map.
Yeah. That would be my thought, is KSG's running Sigma for this map because it's optimal, but other maps we might see something change up from KSG. These comps are looking fairly close though, Pat.
Really similar. Cookie actually going onto the Echo. You don't see it too often here because it's mostly indoors, but I mean, it'll give Iron a run for their money because it's harder to hit. However, Bastion on either side though, Cookie's going to be careful.
That wall though slowing down Nico's effect. That damage can't quite come through as quickly. Immortality to save Clear, and Zera the first to pick. Those internet issues not even a problem now. Nico and Cookie tried to make something happen, but with Cookie and Nico now going down, first point's going to Heaven Sent.
Yeah, whoa, man, Iron Man absolutely popping off on the Mei there too. I mean, that wall was really good at splitting up Varel, making Cookie go over to the side. Did get a pick, but got picked off themselves. And the Heaven Sent, they've got the high ground. It's going to make it really hard for Varel to approach, especially when, you know, you have that Mei wall and Mims as well now on the brick. So I mean, that will allow for a little bit more brawl, I suppose, but still, you've got to approach a Bastion on the high ground.
That's why I love where Heaven Sent's playing right now. It makes it so hard for Varel to approach. Cookie is trying to cap point from under the wee little plinth there, and it has forced Heaven Sent off the high ground. So that has worked out for Varel now. They've got control of that high ground. They just need to try and flank around, find a quick pick, maybe take out one of the supports. Sticky bombs leads to Cookie's death. Instead, Clear can just burn through them. Amplification matrix from both of the Baptistes on either side, and neither team really making much work from it. It's at least scared both sides to not peek their heads out, and now an Amplification matrix is going to make this approach from Heaven Sent slow down a little bit. Sound barrier forced to come out just to keep Heaven Sent alive. Nico managing to get frozen in that blizzard. Mid now taken down, and Heaven Sent just played the long con, and it worked perfectly.
The real long con, I think that was about 50% that one fight. Now Varel only have this one more fight to be able to take it back. I mean, Cookie does have duplicate, and of course KSG as well with the flux, but Heaven Sent have a good ult economy too. Here comes the artillery strike, just misses Cookie. Also duplicate, however, Apara.
Yeah, now it's gonna be Pummy taken down by KSG's accretion there. The duplicated Cookie fell so low. Flying in the sky, just trying to dodge it, but I think with these picks, Varel are gonna come out on top.
Yeah, no, that was good too from Varel. They only had to use 2 ults to be able to take it, the dupe and the flux, so that means for next fight you have Rally, which of course is a really, really good engagement tool. But again, you can't just engage on Heaven Sent. Heaven Sent have that Mei. Mei's nearly got Blizzard too. Iron Man doing a remarkable job just clicking those heads too. So Brig wants to get up close and personal. Of course, he's going to be frozen if you do so. So Varel, they need to defend its point.
Oh, dodging the accretion with your shield. What a clutch move from Clear. Managing to take out Nico as well. This rally trying to keep the remaining few players of Varel alive, and it has actually removed Clear. KSG though getting frozen up in that blizzard. That is not good news for Varel here. Somebody needs to come up with the goods, and Cookie is not able to do it. That's going back to Heaven Sent, and Will someone steal from Varel here, Pat?
I mean, you got KSG on the Doomfist, but I don't know if anyone can touch here. And no, you had the Maywalls well ready to go. Heaven Sent played that so well, and really, it was a struggle for Varel to even touch the point. You saw that they Mint popped a rally there, and as I said, it's just so hard to approach Heaven Sent's comp that, yeah, just sort of fell apart towards the end of it there.
I mean, ultimately, I feel like it was that slow, patient gameplay that Heaven Sent brought out. As we said, won them like 50%, and it seemed like that's all they cared about. They just needed a slow, consistent gameplay, and as long as they were keeping that consistent, they really did just come out on top.
I love how Cookie's like, okay, you know what? The May was a good choice. We're going May as well. They're running out. It's the same comp either side here. So it'll really be up to the walls and, of course, the ice walls, to be more specific. And then, of course, the Bastion configuration tank. Which tank can burn down the walls fast enough? But at the moment, Heaven Sent have just taken the column at the top.
Cookie tried to catch out Clear with their wall, but it's actually Mint getting caught out. Cookie falling so low, but manages to survive with KSG's kinetic grasp. Cloud actually taking down Clear as well. Not having your tank, Heaven Sent kind of scared at the moment. They have to play it so much more safely now. Around corners using that natural cover. KSG, however, just wants to go right into Zera's face. The configuration assault not scaring KSG away. And yeah, it looks like Varel should be coming out on top for this first fight.
No, that was well played, especially after losing Mint. I noticed that Mint was rigged at the beginning there, but just, again, didn't work out. Pushed over to Colosseo, and that's where you can help dictate the momentum of the fight. Whereas when you are Brig, okay, you can defend yourself a little bit easier with the shield, but you're really at there's a word for that. You're at whatever Heaven Sent does. You're at their mercy, really, in terms of momentum. Here, though, Heaven Sent, they're coming back with a couple of ultimates. You got the Ant Matrix. No, less, but it's Cloud's Ant Matrix. It's bigger, and that's 2 figs, 3 figs.
That completely tore apart Heaven Sent's approach. Pummy removed immediately, and now Varel looking much better than they did first point.
Yeah, I mean, the fights are fast, though, unlike that 50% fight we had from Heaven Sent. So only 44% have gone over to Varel. They have some really good ults either side, though. So this fight is going to be really hard for Heaven Sent to push in with a flux, but they're starting with Artillery Strike.
It's going to go artillery strikes from both sides, and Zera's actually going to land right onto Nico. That blizzard is gigantic from Cookie, however, and KSG got right in behind it, was able to tear apart the supports, and now, once again, Varel just coming out on top with these ultimates.
Yeah, what was only 40% is now 70%, and really this is final fight. And Heaven Sent, they used a couple of ults, you know, they used Artillery Strike and Ant Matrix, but there's still the Blizzard. Flux is not too far away either, and if they really needed the sound barrier to back everything up, but Varel, they put a lot of ults to keep this point. A lot of ults in the previous fight. So this one, Heaven Sent, they really should take this.
Heaven Sent really wanted as well. You can see them chasing down Nico, the first victim of Varel, and now Heaven Sent just looking for a way to open up this point. This Blizzard isn't quite comfortable to land onto anyone, and with the Bastion gone, honestly, you almost don't need to use it. KSG now starting to fall. That will be Heaven Sent getting the point back. Can Varel take it just as quickly back as Heaven Sent did?
They'd want to, but Apara, they didn't have to use a single ult to take that fight because Varel had no ultimates. I mean, they had the sound barrier, but clearly Mint wants to hold it for when Heaven Sent pops their ults, like the Blizzard, like the Flux. So this will make Heaven Sent's next defense really, really easy. Iron Man as well, doing a really good job at walling. I mean, that's how they got their initial pick onto Nico. They need to keep that up, but it's the Blizzard.
That Blizzard opening up this fight. Going to give Heaven Sent a lot of room to breathe, as well as that Flux. Varel falling so low. Mortality saved them for a bit, but oh, Zera just too good on this Bastion. That bomb removing Varel's approach and putting themselves nice and neatly around a 50% mark shortly.
No, the Heaven Sent aggression there was perfect. with the wall behind and the blizzard. It's what they needed to do because Varel, of course, they want to speed boost onto you. But if you can be more proactive like they were on the first map for Heaven Sent, it goes their way a lot more often, if you've noticed. And Varel, hang on a second, Nico just popping a melon of Iron Man.
Nico does not care who you are. They are taking names that flux, removing clear KSG. Oh, completely winning that point for Varel at the end there. What a play.
That was really good from Varel. I mean, taking out Iron Man so early really punished Heaven Sent. And now Varel looking really, really strong, especially after the not a so-so first map that they had. Now that we're going 1-1 apart, it really could go either way here. It's whatever team seems to cap it first can take it all the way.
I mean, yeah, this is what we were saying. We were expecting this to be an intense match, and Heaven Sent and Varel both definitely have been putting in blood, sweat, and tears already just to try and come out slightly on top.
So same comp either side once again here. So it'd really just be about, again, those May walls, how fast each team can burn down. One thing, another thing as well would be, of course, the immortality field, which keeps so many members alive. But you can't do that, Cloud. You're dead.
Yeah, there's no immortality here for Varel, and KSG recognizes that with the damage they took. Nico now finished off, and Zera just completely wiping the floor. That was a 5. That was a 5.
Damn. I mean, look, yeah, the healing is so impactful for Cloud, but of course the immortality field would save so many people. So because of that, if you can take out a support like the Fat Thief, pretty much a fight win most of the time, unless Varel had ultimate to spare. They had none. So this next fight, Heaven Sent, of course, they want to just poke around, and that's why Varel is going around another angle.
Good rotation there, but recognized by Heaven Sent, and with Iron Man taking down their May counterpart, it's going to make it a lot harder for Varel to approach. You can't slow down Heaven Sent anymore, and you see Heaven Sent run right over Varel.
Yeah, I love the way that Heaven Sent just sort of drove a wedge into Varel, splitting Varel up into two, and that's where you can just sort of pick them off. And it's hard for Varel when Cloud is one of the first to get picked off, of course, because you have no heals. And Heaven Sent now, this is dangerous for Varel. They have some ultimates coming up. I mean, you got the amplification matrix for this fight, which will make any rotation that Varel try and do even harder.
You can slow down a push so well with that amplification matrix, and that's going to be the goal here from Heaven Sent. Amplification matrix from behind! Zera is just hunting right now, searching for all of Varel. Clear, taking 3, and what are Varel going to do, Pap?
They're 72%, and Varel haven't come up with a single ultimate yet. KSG's the closest with Flux, but it's going to be a final fight because, of course, you've got the Lucio to speed you back, but really that's about it. And you probably can't go in any funky rotations either. And it's not like Heaven Sent had to use many of their ultimates there. There's a Flux from KSG, surely.
Artillery strike as well, but not leading to anything. This Blizzard now from Heaven Sent, it's going to punish KSG's approach. Manages to survive just in time, but Cookie is now taken down. Nico does take out Pummy, and it's a bit of a back and forth fight here. Varel were taking point, and they should have control for now.
However, they are popping artillery strike, but I don't think it's going to come up with anything.
Yeah, I think Zera was just like, I'll try and get another 5k, it's fine.
Yeah, why not? I'll just pop my ult in a 2v4 situation. That'll go well, I'm sure. Now, this is what Varel would have wanted. They would have want Heaven Sent to use all their ultimate, and that's exactly what they did. This will make their next couple of defenses a lot easier. Cookie actually gone over to the Genji. Haven't seen that yet today. I mean, I guess if you want those dash resets, or Nico just taking out Pink Patel.
Pummy down, that's a lot of healing gone, and yeah, Varel recognized that. They're just gonna tear apart Heaven Sent, and kind of show Heaven Sent what they were doing to them.
Exactly. Here's your own slice of cake is what we got. Oh man, Varel Now that they've gone over to the Genji, though, you have to be a little bit more aggressive. You can't be as passive and wait for any sort of Mei wall or anything like that. I mean, as a Genji, you can escape a lot of Mei walls, of course, but at the same time, you can't deflect the Mei's primary fire. That might be a little bit tricky. Immortality's still forced out very early.
Oh, that amplification matrix is scary. This flux from KSG, however, is going to reduce that amplification matrix value. And with Nico taking 2, this is going to put Heaven Sent into a last push territory. So absolutely you're going to stagger Iron Man to try and get as much time.
That's what you do to a baby diva. Oh, Iron Man. Heaven Sent, this, I know now how the tables have turned, right? However, Clear gone for a flux. Nothing came of it though. In fact, Root before fell.
Without abs, you are slowed down on your push. You've only got 3 seconds for the touch here, and in fact, it's getting so close. Manages to get on just in time, but this blade is gonna make it very scary to try and touch anymore. Nico is gonna take all the kills instead of that blade. Iron Man, the sole survivor. Actually, abs has come through in the last few seconds. Blizzard, there is so much desperation and hope coming out from Heaven Sent. They are putting in all the work, but ultimately Varel are going to be the ones to get things started by taking our first map.
Yeah, I mean, we that was almost a little bit of what we saw earlier in APAC, where the team that had the most ultimates, they sort of dropped the ball, fumbled it, and Heaven Sent, they had a lot of ultimates in their favor going into their last fight, but they popped just too many for a fight that was lost, and in the end, their ultimate economy was out the window, run over by a semi-truck, and Varel maintained the point that entire time and had some beautiful plays to show.
Yeah, I mean, Varel seemed to kind of just clean up their act after the first map. I think a big part of it was just, you know, they didn't get caught in that 50% fight and reduce the amount of opportunities they had to take point back, because once Varel got the opportunity to take point back, they held it really well, which I think ultimately shows us how even both these teams really are.
Yeah, right. We saw all 3 maps there. Most of them went almost all the way, both times. So going into hybrid, whatever map that's not that Heaven Sent chooses, it's going to be tough. So we'll see exactly what they do right after this break.
Varel are up 1 against Heaven Sent, and they're putting their foot down, telling Heaven Sent, we are the APAC Titans here. We're the ones that you should be worried about. Don't think about DAF right now. You still have us to beat. And so Heaven Sent, they put in some work, but not quite making it there just yet.
Not quite enough at all. I mean, Heaven Sent, I think that they came into this series. They've been doing really, really well so far, but Varel's certainly, apart from DAF, of course, their toughest opponents thus far, and they have proven themselves. This is Varel I'm talking about here in Antarctic Peninsula, and I mean, look, don't count them out just yet. Of course, Heaven Sent, it is their map choice, and man, I know we do drops about who might take this map, but we should just do drops of which map will it be, because you could just put all your channel points into Midtown and bibbidi bobbidi bacon, you got all of it back. We've seen a lot of Midtown, and no team can afford the admission price of going to Blizzard World, and maybe the train ride to King's Row is a little bit too expensive, so we've been seeing a lot of Midtown in both APAC and Korean Contenders. It has, of course, I suppose you call it the meta has changed quite a lot. More the compositions that we've been seeing has been molded from, you'd go like Ashe, Sojourn, and someone take the alleyway and in main, but more often than not, especially from I think I'm going to Korean Contenders now, but from FM going Reinhardt, we've been seeing a lot more of the teleporting strategies as well, but of course that is more Korean Contenders. So going back to APAC, we do see Torbjorn. APAC, don't we? It's so good to see the Swedish meatball come on out. That usually Cookie and Cloud, they'll be together on this far right hand side guarding the hallway, but yeah, with no Symmetra, that means that it will be sort of the older strategy that was pioneered all the way back in week 1 except the Mei. I must admit, Heaven Sent running the Mei, that is a little bit different.
Now, I feel like Heaven Sent did a lot of work with that Mei, and we'll see whether Varel decide to try and match it afterwards here. But so far, Heaven Sent just looking for a way to approach. Probably will want to take that left hallway early on and see how they can potentially push in here. But no, they're just going right head on in onto KSG, hoping to take him down. The moment though, it is just going to be those slow staggered try chase down someone. And Nico, where were you going? Decided to go on a wee bit of a journey. Punished for that there. KSG starting to fall low, and this is where Heaven Sent are just going to try and collapse onto Varel, but it's actually Cookie putting in the work right now, managing to keep Varel's defense alive.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Nico was planning on doing a little bit of a flank as soon as Heaven Sent went through, but they kind of decided to go main Heaven Sent, got a little sniff of the legs running around behind them, and took them out pretty quickly there. And KSG surviving all of that damage too, of course, helped turn that fight around. And Heaven Sent, man, they got pressured leading into this apartment.
Look at this, yeah, Heaven Sent trying to wrap into the apartment, go straight onto point here. Clear wanting to survive, but this captive son gets eaten up. Clear Kinetic Grasp managing to grab it here. KSG's Flux taking down Clear. Iron Man taken out as well. Varel are putting in such a strong showing on this defense, making it hard for Heaven Sent to even find an opening.
Yeah, the amount of pressure in this apartment against Heaven Sent, oh no. It is so brutal when you see something like this. Ping Vital. I mean, that burned easily another 15 seconds off the clock, and 4 minutes quickly halved. 2-2. Now we'll see those ultimates come online. Of course, you have Mint with the Amp Matrix for the defense, and that's going to be really intense when you have KSG firing through with those Hyper Spears. I was pretty sure they called it, and of course Cookie as well.
Communication Matrix once again, just making Heaven Sent approach so hard, not allowing them to get aggressive like they want to.
They do, and maybe just Flux might help Clear.
Oh, the folder! No, not like that, Clear. Colosseo though does find Nico. Molten Core now from Cookie to try and push people away from this point, from their approach, and Iron Man gets punished for it. Cloud managing to take them down. Varel just putting in a lot of work to make this approach from Heaven Sent difficult. However, finally, Heaven Sent are finding the goods to be able to break on through.
A big thing as well is that Heaven Sent didn't have to use all that many ults here, and King Patel managed to build up an Ant Matrix in like a fight and a half. Mint falling down really late. That's going to be hard for Varel to come back. They can't. They have to get this point over, and now the fire truck is all theirs as Varel left scratching their heads a little bit. They used quite a few ults, got nothing. Cookie now over to the Genji instead of the Torbjorn. And Nico as well off of the Soldier 76, looking to get those picks from a little bit more of a distance with Ash landing headshots and of course building up to that bomb.
Now it is just a bit of a Poke Fest C where you can find this opening. KSG putting a lot of pressure onto Claire. Claire falling low. The aggression's not going to stun KSG out of it, and because of that, Claire is shut down. This payload back in control of Varel.
Yeah, no, Varel did a really good job up there of kiting Heaven Sent in. You can see that, yeah, the Mei wasn't really working out for Iron Man on a bit more of a larger map. Of course, you have the right clicks, but where Mei really shines is walling off teammates. You can't really do that as easily with Varel anymore, as a lot of them have movement abilities except for KSG, and KSG, they're going to have to somehow escape an Ant Matrix right in their face.
Oh man, these Ant Matrixes have helped make space, but not quite led to anything for Heaven Sent so far, and with Varel taking down Iron Man, Heaven Sent are just struggling to find a way to open up this fight. Captive Sun now going right onto Abs. Abs taken down Mint. Wait, no, Abs didn't fall in the end. It's actually all going Heaven Sent's way. That completely turned around for Heaven Sent.
They did a really good job there, actually, of surviving Nico. That was actually a good pick onto Abs. There you go. You got your Abs did fall in the end. Took a little while, but I mean, I guess that will slow down Heaven Sent's push. They can't be as aggressive without their Ana. Speaking of which, yeah, they did go Ana off the bat piece. I suppose maybe the antis, that's what they're looking for, because you can't really cleanse it as easily, and of course the sleeps to shut down the bigger ultimates such as Cookie's Blade. Speaking of which, that's exactly what they have for this next defense, perhaps, as there is only a minute remaining, but we're getting into the business there side.
Oh, and Cloud opening this up. Oh no, Heaven Sent completely falling apart there. Cookie's Blade was helpful, but I think Cloud was the big one to open up that fight for Varel.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Nico also popped Bob there. So, I mean, maybe this is an overcommitment, because now that you don't have Bob, you don't have that sixth player to apply that pressure. You're really, if you are Varel, relying for this last defense on this Flux, but they're popping it early here.
Such a just strong defensive ult, making it impossible for Heaven Sent to get together to even dream of touching this point, and now they're in those last few seconds to try and make something happen.
Oh my goodness, they are spawn camping right now, Varel. They do not want Heaven Sent to even sniff that fire truck once again. This Clear has actually gone over to the Diva, but not getting anything.
Oh, completely crushed at spawn, and with 4 seconds remaining, Iron Man taking down Cloud though. A little bit of overconfidence from Varel has allowed this payload to keep moving a little bit further. Cookie in your spawn though isn't going to survive long enough, as yeah, this payload is cruising along.
Nano onto Ping, Patel taking out, helping take out Mint. It's clear to get the kill, but can they even touch it? They cannot! Oh, as soon as Iron Man fell there. There you go.
Everyone was a little bit distracted.
A little bit too far away, unfortunately, trying to take out the likes of Mint, and unfortunately Clear just did not have enough health to just boost in all willy-nilly and seeing a bit of the blade, but as you said, it was really just game over from the help of pretty much the rest of the team, right? Yeah. So going into this next fight here, Varel, they've set themselves up really, really well for their attack. Heaven Sent now, of course, what they'd want to do is defend the first point in its entirety, because I mean, look, a lot of our pushes, I think, on Midtown that we've watched, Apara, they have actually stopped underneath the bridge. It is really, really hard because once it's under the bridge, it's like, well, we don't want to just keep pushing it, and with that leaving our opponents on the high ground, they jump down and completely swamp us, but it's also just naturally really hard to take a high ground. So Varel, are we seeing a Varel of old right now? I was excited, but no, it won't be that. Heaven Sent, though. Iron Man gone back over to the Mei, which has been working pretty well, especially on defense. And then we see a Hanzo. I'd like to say we haven't seen Hanzo very often, a little bit more as the time has come for like landing headshots. It's either been a toss-up between the Widow or between the Hanzo, and Hanzo really helps the team with that Sonic Arrow, know exactly where they are, and okay, it is going to be the Varel of old, but this is exciting. We haven't seen a Tracer Sombra for quite some time here, so very divey, and Heaven Sent, have they practiced against such as comp?
Yeah, this is going to be that big question. Is Heaven Sent going to be able to completely shut down this very quick, trying to find executions quickly with Pummy getting hacked out early, Nico chasing them down. I don't think Heaven Sent were ready at all. However, Cookie gets found by Iron Man. That push slowing down a little bit for Varel is now. How are they going to get set up and try take in this aggressive push? KSG getting chased down, has to punch away for now just to survive. Clearcon taken down though. The dive is working. It's slower than Varel wanted, but ultimately the picks are going their way.
Far out. It is so aggressive though over this kind of team comp. You have the Sombra in the back consistently hacking, consistently checking exactly where Heaven Sent are, and immediately, fair enough too, Iron Man switching over to the Torbjorners. Really, you are just going to have to let point A go. It's all on point B for Heaven Sent. They need to defend this for 5 minutes straight here, and against a team that I have to say hasn't been seen for quite some time, and KSG going to have some fun with this Doomfist, especially with Nico on the Tracer building up towards that pulse bomb. Very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Varel are just hoping for those quick dives, easy fight wins, and get that payload captured quickly here. I don't think Heaven Sent are prepared for it. As you can see, Abs has to fly away, but Captive Sun from Pummy is putting in a little bit of work, forcing Mint away, which allows the rest of Heaven Sent to take down this aggressive Varel.
Nice little peek there from Mint, especially after getting Captive Sun there, but Varel, they're not going to change up at all over. Yes, they've lost the fight, but a couple of their ults are coming online. Of course, they've still got the Pulse Bomb, didn't use that one last fight, but they did use the Nano onto the Doomfist and didn't come up with anything just yet. So you're really relying now onto this EMP in the back, but Nico getting picked off. That's more time burnt off for Heaven Sent. However, Varel, they're not one to give up with a couple members down. However, is that KSG? Oh, just got out. Just got out.
Yeah, but I mean, as you're saying, this is just good value for Heaven Sent at the moment. KSG, though, wants to punish Claire going up a bit too far. This time bank, though, is slowly ticking away now.
It really is. However, during this said time bank, we have that EMP. So it's going to be tough, though. You are versing, of course, the Brig, which will protect the Baptiste. And then you've got the turret as well to persuade Cookie to not approach them too easily. But there's the
EMP right in front of the turret of all things. Flux from Clear, however, does take KSG out. Nico's Pulse Bomb finding 2, though. Now, Heaven Sent are sweating as it's down to Clear and Abs there to try and stall this out. Clear, though, the last one standing now. Cookie trying to just get those last few pieces of damage, couldn't quite confirm it.
Very low, but you can't push without that Doomfist. Now Clear is healed up, but really still the only one on this hut. Never mind. No high ground for you, says KSG.
Sarah just looking for that perfect place to put the Dragon Strike at the moment. Trying to force KSG away as well. And yeah, with that sort of solid defense around the payload, it's becoming a little bit harder for Varel to group up and try find a target to take down. Looks like they're going to be going on to Zera, and without Zera there is no Dragon Strike now. And nanoed KSG as well. It's going to cause a lot of damage. Meteor Strike right onto the payload, but so is a Molten Core. Iron Man, though, taken down, and Heaven Sent are just trying to crowd around this payload, stop it, move, stop the value that Barrel are bringing with their sort of very aggressive dive here. Mummies, Kitsune Rush is at least evening it up now for Heaven Sent to allow them a defense a little bit longer.
You can see the way that Varel's comp works is that they need fast fights. They cannot survive the longer engagements like Heaven Sent can. For Heaven Sent, of course, you've got the Sigma, which naturally can bunker down a little bit easier, or a lot easier, simply because of how Doomfist is played. Doomfist needs to dive in, needs to get quick picks with the help of Cookie and Nico, but with that not happening, it was a matter of time before eventually it was brought back into Heaven Sent's favor there. And now, though, coming into this, still have that EMP, of course, but Nico now over to the Sojin, but Heaven Sent popping that amplification matrix, that'll help just burn down that clock just a little bit more, because I doubt Varel want to push into something like that, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, you don't want to make a mistake, because with a minute left, any mistake could be critical. EMP very early onto Abs, and might have been that mistake we were talking about. However, Nico did take down Abs in the end. Clear, though, trying to even it up with that Gravitic Flux. KSG falling. 50 seconds left on the board here. If Varel want this, they have to come up with something big. Cookie's putting in a lot of work here, but Clear is too. Zero now on the trace themselves, taking down Cookie. Nico is gone, and Pap, we are close to the end of this map.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining. They had 5 minutes, don't forget, to attack this Varel. And it's been completely destroyed, that time bank. Heaven Sent managing to get a read, to download, so to speak, what Varel wanted to do. And they're not changing up too much, but I guess you could say Cookie now over to the Echo for this final engagement here. But they need some answers. They need to somehow take down Clearcun, or at least take down their supports earlier into this fight.
This overclock could be what they're waiting for, as Pummy is taken down. Now going to be searching for Abs here. Can't quite find the next victim, and with Zero taking out Cloud, it's evened up in terms of supports here. Clear is falling so low, however, the Abs is just putting in so much work to keep them alive. Baptiste's pumping out so many heals, and Zero actually coming up big at the moment with these picks here. Iron Man taking down KSG, and Varel's comp pick didn't come out the way they wanted it though.
Their 5-minute time bank didn't either. That was a really good defense from Heaven Sent. And I mean, we could kind of see why they wanted to take Varel over to Midtown, right? Their bunker comp was just better than Varel's, more aggressive, a lot different in terms of style. They wanted to dive in, get those really quick picks, but the amount of healing that you guys saw it, right? Keeping that Sigma alive through all that damage. I think they fell as low as 32 HP to Sig, still could not fall. And that is, I mean, that's unfortunate for Varel, but absolutely exceptionally well played from Heaven Sent.
Yeah, Heaven Sent managed to even up the score now 1-1. You do have to bring the question of, was Varel's choice of bringing out that Doomfist comp the right choice, especially at that latter stage where they just struggled to push through? We'll see who's going to come out on top after a quick wee break. We are even 1-1 with Heaven Sent just taking our next match, our previous map, and now Varel are going to have to be the one trying to play on that back foot a little bit to try and regain some momentum here.
I mean, no matter what happens, Apara, it's very clear we've got a close series either way.
Yeah.
It was always going to be the case. I mean, looking at how these two teams have gone against the other teams in their brackets, just either 3-0ing them or getting exceptionally close with DAF going 3-2 against DAF, or 2-3, I suppose I should say. And yeah, coming up short. So now that these two teams, the two teams that have come up short against DAF, are going head to head and being very, very close. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing exactly that here. It is very close. And at the moment, though, Heaven Sent did so well with that I won't say crazy pick. Of course, it's not out of complete left field. It's not like we saw a Roadhog or something like that. But we haven't seen that sort of Doomfist Tracer Sombra in a very long time. Going into New Junk City, though, keep in mind this is a Varel pick. I guess that's... I'm wondering why you wouldn't want to go Savasa with KSG's ball, especially that there's no subs. New Junk City... Usually you see a little bit more of that Zarya play, perhaps. But hey, maybe they've got a little bit more of a plan than what we're used to.
Yeah, I do feel like, they probably have something up their sleeve. KSG certainly a phenomenal tank on whatever they're going to pick here. So we'll see how they decide to run this Junkertown.
I mean, Savasa's a lot more open, so you'd expect a more pokey comp, whereas as we've been seeing whenever we do see New Junk City, we usually, I'm looking at Varel though as I say this, we usually see a very brawly Zarya, Junker, Queen sort of composition, but KSG surely not on the SIG, but I suppose if you can keep everybody at a distance, but it's going to be really hard when you have, the Lucio, Genji, and the Junker Queen from Heaven Sent just running at you full speed. So, I don't know. Let's see how KSG's SIG goes in this first point here as... Yeah, I mean, both teams are going to get there at exactly the same time with that Lucio speed boost, but the Bastion from Nico will get a kill instantly.
Oh, what an opening pick for Varel here in the arena. Certainly Varel are showing their dominance, immediately taking down one, and now forcing Heaven Sent to play on a back foot. Iron Man not able to approach as easily as they wait for Pummy to come back for this approach. Early point should go the way of Varel, and it will be... Actually, they're going to get off instead and try to take this fight. Iron Man's taken down. Great opening pick here. Clearcon falling low, taken out as well, and now Varel should be getting that point, finally.
They had more important matters to attend to over. They had to take out the rest of Heaven Sent, and I think that was the right call, right? Because if they did go and lose that sort of high ground that you naturally do lose taking that point, that would have given Heaven Sent a bigger positional advantage there. So I think it was good. Yes, they aren't as high, I suppose, in percentage, but now coming into this though, they're pretty stacked. Cloud already with the Ant Matrix.
It is just... How are they going to run over Varel here? Varel playing so tight-knit together. They've been falling low, gets taken out. However, Nico is down too. It's a little bit even, but without your tank, it's so much harder for Heaven Sent to stabilize and find those picks that they're hoping for. Iron Man now playing on that point, but with Zera taken out. Pummy getting chased down by the tank of Varel here. A wee little accretion onto Abs, and ultimately Varel are coming out on top.
I think this is their point as well. Having clear fall so quickly and so early into that fight, it was unfortunate because that means Heaven Sent sort of had to scatter and try and take little mini fights against Varel. But with KSG surviving so long, now they have that first point as they will be moving over into, it is, I will get it, junkyard? Junkyard, I got it. Oh gosh, Heaven Sent though, they have some really good ultimates. In fact, they almost have every single one, but it's actually Flux from Varel coming out first.
And what a way to open up that push. Iron Man now taken down. Varel taking complete control of this point here and looking really good in this bunker.
Yeah, this bunker comp, I was kind of ripping into the Sig a little bit earlier on because I didn't really see it too often in the very close quarters that can be New Junk City, excuse me. But no, they're making it work, keeping the distance enough for Heaven Sent that once Heaven Sent get anywhere near Varel, they're already at a lot of their abilities. However, they have so many ultimates here, Heaven Sent. They're going to lead with Artillery Strike though, Varel, seeing if they can get a quick pick here.
Yeah, and also just slow down this approach from Heaven Sent. However, Overclock opening the doors finally for Heaven Sent to get some momentum into their favor, get that point starting to tick over. And they just need to finish off these last few players of Varel. That Rampage is going to help out Immortality. However, from Cloud, not going to keep them alive long enough as KSG falls and points will go Heaven Sent's way.
Yeah, Heaven Sent, they had to pop a few ults there to get past Varel, and so they should, and it's good that they did. Varel used a lot of ults, especially in the support side. They used both the Amp Matrix and the Beat to try and survive that. So now Heaven Sent, they're in a really good position for this defense. They're taking it so close and quickly too.
Oh yeah, they're going right to your front doorstep and throwing a Genji blade in your face. Iron Man taking down three, finding a fourth with the help of Sarah to get that team kill.
Love to see the Genjis in the APAC as well as in Korean contenders. They're just so good with those blades, and they don't need any nanos at all. It's just all off the back of their team, which is awesome. Varel now, they need to take this point really. I mean, they have maybe 10 seconds to be able to touch. It's going to be tough, really, Opa. They don't have much either in the ways of ultimates here, so it's a pretty dry fight from them, but they have taken it.
Rush came out right onto point. Heaven Sent though, losing clear early. Varel really wanting to turn the point back into their control, and with Pummy taken down, Iron Man falling low. This point is gonna tick over to Varel if the stall doesn't come out big. There's the tick over, and now Varel could be looking good to take this point too.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that somehow Varel survived King Patel's Kasune Rush is nothing short of amazing. Usually Kasune Rushes are looked at as just fight winners, but now they've put themselves in an amazing position, Varel.
Yeah, that's completely going to confirm the junkyard to Varel and put themselves in a 2-0. Heaven Sent really playing on this back foot.
Looks like we are moving into Refinery for this maybe last point. Of course, if you are Varel, you'd want this to be your last point. However, Heaven Sent are much closer to Refinery this time round, and you have the Overclock as well to defend it. So, but Varel, they've had these pushes before where they have been down a number of ultimates and still managed to pick it back up, and that's just due to the amount of poke that Nico can put down. They do have the Artillery Strike as well, speaking of which, if they do want to open the fight that way. But right now, Heaven Sent, they've got the position on the point.
Artillery Strike coming out early, taking out Clearkun as well. Now, it is going to be Heaven Sent without a tank. KSG taken down though as well, so evening it up a little bit, but Zera had to commit their life just to get that early point cap going to Varel, and because of that, all of this fight is going to be point percentage. In fact, a sound barrier is getting committed by Abs here. Nico getting completely surrounded, but not quite getting taken out. They find Iron Man, now gonna find Pummy and Abs here in this last few seconds. Mid coming through to help, and man, Varel really looking control. However, Heaven Sent to back it and taking point tap.
Why not, right? They took it, but you just really hope now that Heaven Sent, they don't get staggered like this, because that will be even more point percentage at the end of the day, as there is a massive Sigma fight underneath, and Clear does fall, same as Abs now, so Yeah, Varel, they're looking really good at the moment. 60% as well in their face. This is final fight, Opa, for Heaven Sent. They need to take this point to continue this Flashpoint dominance from Varel, but it's going to be tough when you have Cloud with the Ant Matrix, KSG as well with the Flux. You've got an Ant Matrix of your own, however, but it's fluxed up. Clear down.
Oh, Nico taking down Clear, this Blizzard as well, making it hard for Heaven Sent to even dream of an approach. Iron Man managed to get on, but their life was cut short. Ab's gone as well, and man, it definitely looks like Varel picked this map, because Varel won so convincingly.
That was very, very convincing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a 3-0 Flashpoint, and it wasn't like it was 99-99 most of the points. I mean, that last one, really, there was 5-7% really when you had Clear that just took that refinery point for a split second. But Varel were in complete control to a point that they made Clear switch off the Junker Queen onto a Sigma of their own, and of course that resets your ultimate back down to at most 25%, and Varel just maintained their ultimate dominance, and losing as many ults as well that Heaven Sent did in that little fight in the hallway that we all saw with the Bastion and the Lucio beating and all that. Like, okay, both teams used a lot of ults, but ultimately it came in the attacker's deficit, really. I mean, it was horrible for Heaven Sent to try and push in after that.
Yeah, it certainly looks like Heaven Sent just couldn't come up with anything. We'll see if they can figure something out to take down Varel after this quick break. Varel seem to put their foot down to Heaven Sent, showing them that, Varel's not a joke. They're not somebody to laugh at. So definitely with that pretty confident looking Flashpoint, Heaven Sent are once again playing on that back foot.
Yeah, they are. They need to turn it around. It is now Heaven Sent's map pick, of course, and obviously I won't spoil anything at all. Not spoil it today, but whatever they do pick, obviously they have two choices, right? They have the choice of they play a map where they believe Varel will be uncomfortable, or they play a map where not necessarily comfort picks for Heaven Sent, but where Heaven Sent is strongest. And whatever it is, they believe that they can play at their best for potentially their last match in Colosseo if Varel end up taking this one.
Colosseo, not a map we see very often, but it does have that long hallway. Sigma can kind of thrive here a little bit. It removes that dive heavy playstyle that potentially Varel could have brought out.
But the KSG has been so good on the Sigma as well. I mean that's hard. It's a hard one because I know what you're trying. Like their poke, I agree. Their poke that Heaven Sent has been putting down has been really good. We've been seeing some great hit scans, some great Torbjorn players as well that's come out. Doubt there's going to come this time, but as you said, very, very pokey. You don't see dive very often, and especially towards the beginning because there's just not much high ground to really go off from. Or you see brawl. But we've seen from Varel that they've been, except that Doomfist play on Midtown, they've been very restrained with their dive. It's been mostly this brutal poke, and I mean, Nico's Bastion has been absolutely insane. I mean, Heaven Sent, they haven't matched the Bastion always, but this time they have, and fair enough too, right? I mean, you just have one long hallway, shoot through, whoever dies first, that's a rip to your team, really. That's an automatic reset here as we are rolling out into match point for Varel on Colosseo.
Varel really want to get back up against Daffia, so they're going to be putting in their all. Heaven Sent, of course, will also be wanting to go for a bit of revenge, but I think Varel, they just have the bigger grudge at this point.
They do. They've had their face in a frown for longer, you know? They're hungry for it, and this means that your last and final try to get into those grand finals versus Daff. This is where it all goes. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Junkertown, where it's just you poke for about 2 minutes and then finally someone will fall over. But yeah, no team really wants to push through. Fair enough too, when you have Maze on either side, you cannot afford to get walled here, especially Sigma, where you don't have that movement ability.
And it's just a slow and steady wins the race moment here. As you can see, that bot going back and forth, getting a bit confused, not sure where he's meant to be going. And yeah, it is literally just who's going to be the first to fall. Cloud now has an amplification matrix built up so quickly. Could throw it out, build a lot of space for Varel.
Yeah, it really is now, as you said, either picks or ultimates will come out. Which one will it be? Heaven Sent, they're a little bit more forward, I would argue, than Varel, but then they switch it up a little bit. Now Varel's gone and actually taken Philip for the bot for a little bit. No, never mind. I'm really shocked. Cloud needs to pop this Amp Matrix, see if they can get any damage down. They're taking too long. Patel has a Amp Matrix of their own. You've also got sound barrier from either side. It will be an artillery strike to break the dryness of ult, but nothing to come out of it.
There's the amplification matrix we were waiting for, but Hummy has thrown out their own Blizzard as well, but KSG and Nico are the ones coming out on top. Cookie now taking down Zera, and that long staggered fight in the end going to Varel.
2 minutes and 15 seconds of poking. That was both sides they built up their ults. 5 ults across the board there, and it really was about especially the Amp Matrixes and the Bastion from Heaven Sent, but they got nothing the artillery strike either. So Varel now, they've got bot control, and they also have a really good ult economy to continue to push this. QKI, that's really cheeky there. Does get found out though, so they won't be able to pop a Blizzard, as they will be going back towards their team.
now it is just Heaven Sent trying not to get caught by this Gravitic Flux, but the artillery strike coming out as well. Immortality is going to keep them alive, and 2 ults now out from Barrel. A lot actually coming out from Barrel, hoping to find just one player to go down. Abs is going to be the first to fall, and that speed Heaven Sent cannot run away from Barrel. Pure aggressive might tearing Heaven Sent apart.
Yeah, this is Heaven Sent's map choice as well, don't forget. And right now, Varel's team in control. They did use every ult that they had, but Cloud doing so much healing built up their Ant Matrix from the previous fight. And now, Heaven Sent, they need to find a way back in this, but Varel with that high ground and an Ant Matrix and a Bastion through it, you're just going to have to let him go, otherwise you're going to fall.
Oh man, but it's
Cookie
actually Cookie.
They got excited.
Yeah, they do get halfway point though, their Pap, so close respawns now for Cookie. KSG getting caught in a corner and does get finished off. Heaven Sent should finally get the bot back, but they lost halfway point, so you are kicking yourself a little bit if you're Heaven Sent.
Yeah, honestly, the damage has already been done if you're Varel. You're really happy with that, because that means that you don't give as much ground, almost at all really, with these close spawns over to Heaven Sent to be able to push Philip into Varel's territory here. I mean, look, they're already back. KSG nearly with the flux, but it's the Ant Matrix. KSG just surviving that one.
Yeah, that Ant Matrix was scary, but fortunately Cookie's Ice Wall was able to keep them alive for now. Gravitic Flux coming out onto Heaven Sent, hoping to find a target, and Iron Man does fall. Wasn't able to be saved by the support's artillery strike from Zero, though, wanting to make it a little bit harder for Varel's approach. Clearcon taken out, though. This is where Varel want to be, tearing apart Heaven Sent once again and getting bot back in control.
Yeah, Cookie's primary fire slowing everyone down, and that made sure that Abs couldn't get speed boost their team away from that fight, and it was just like duck hunting season there, really. Heaven Sent, though, speaking of May, Iron Man will be coming back with the Blizzard to try and stop something, but Nico with the artillery strike.
Blizzard, however, to try and turn it around, but Nico, Cloud, and Cookie doing all the work for Varel at this point. This Blizzard not leading to too much. The Flux, however, putting KSG into a really tough position, and Mint had to come through and save them. It worked out though, Pat.
Oh, it worked out beautifully for Varel. Now Varel have Blizzard, they have also the beat, aka the sound barrier for this. Definitely not final fight, but how well what has been pushed into Heaven Sent territory is brutal, because I mean, so much time was burned off early that only 4 minutes remaining here.
This Blizzard could be gigantic if put correctly. Nico taking out Zero. There's that Blizzard right onto the support. Sound barrier, however, is going to save Heaven Sent for now. Abs saved by the immortality, but not for long. Clear now, falling so low, and Varel. What's going to stop them at this point, Pat?
They're dominant right now. I mean, Ping Patel will come out with an Ant Matrix. That will help, I suppose, with a lot of the damage boost. Clear switch over to Zarya to help with this Genji pick, actually. To get them in a little bit hard, a little bit faster, with a flop.
Oh, KSG just taking complete control. Hummy falling so low. Nico just taking names right now. Varel are looking good to push the spot all the way, and it's now just down to Zero to try and still. They don't manage to touch. Varel take out series 3-1.
Varel, this is the team that you will see versing DAF. DAF gonna be quaking their boots after that. They looked so dominant there against Heaven Sent. We did not see the Heaven Sent we saw from Midtown Apara. We did not see the shutdowns, the Sigma plays that we saw from last time, and man, that was very dominant from Varel.
Oh yeah, Varel just looked on top of their game against Heaven Sent. They certainly have watched the VODs. They've figured out Heaven Sent's strategies, and surprisingly enough, put KSG in to run Sigma and come out on top still. They didn't even really need to throw in Plankton.
That is a surprise. Usually we don't see KSG on the Sigma this often. That's where, as you said, you bring in the Plankton. But I suppose KSG's just been on fire this match series. So, you know, why switch out someone that is that's just cooking? You know, let them cook.
Oh, yeah. KSG's been... The K might stand for kitchen, because that's where he's been cooking up a storm. And, you know, Varel pretty happy with that. They get to try and get that title back for APAC leader. You know, Varel have been one of those really strong teams throughout, but never quite coming out on top. Always landing in third or second place. This is the season. They're looking for first place. They want to be able to take it here on our full series.
Yeah, exactly. The time is now, and Varel looking really good, especially with, as we were saying, the good-looking KSG as their fluxes, and the ability to shut down so many of the momentum. I think that Heaven Sent were able to build up at any time, shutting down whatever Heaven Sent was throwing at them consistently, making sure that KSG was the hardest and pretty much the last person to fall as well, pretty consistently. And we saw a little bit of the Doomfist as well. They popped off, but it really was the Sigma that shone today.
Oh yeah, that Sigma was shining bright. Making it, as you said, just hard for Heaven Sent to ever build up any momentum that they were aiming for. It seemed like KSG was just a solid rock, like the accretions that Sigma throws. You just could not break KSG apart, and was a big reason as to why Nico was able to get so many picks as well. I mean, we talked about Nico getting all these picks, but ultimately it's because they were set up. And now, thanks to KSG, Varel was set up to go up against DAF in our grand finals.
Look at the road that Varel had to take. They were doing really well in the upper bracket, and then look who they met. They met none other than DAF, so they fell to that lower bracket, fought through Invincible and Four-Eyed Freaks to make it to what we just saw against Heaven Sent, and now they're back up to not just the upper bracket, but grand finals. So they've had a really rocky road, but man, they have deserved this place in grand finals. And it really puts into question now, DAF, they've had, I want to say like good 8-9 days between their last game there. I wonder if they'll be as strong. I mean, surely they've been watching and looking, but Varel, they're on fire at the moment. They've been just red hot, ready to go. Their mentality will be as strong as ever. So I don't know. Varel, also as well. I mean, we've been building up to this a lot, but Varel have a really good reason and a good a need to win after what we've been seeing in the previous APAC seasons leading up to today. They want revenge. They want to avenge their previous matchups.
I mean, if we go and look at the 2023 season so far, Varel fell short at third place in our spring series. The summer series, they got second place. So this is literally their opportunity to build up into that first place position that they have so desperately been wanting, but falling short every single time. And now, once again, they have one final villain
which one's the villain
on how you look at it.
Yeah,
one final villain for Varel to take down, and that is DAF. And DAF have beaten Varel before quite a few times now. When they were cracking esports, they were the reason Varel came second. And also even this season, they were the team. DAF was the team to put Varel into our lower bracket. So both teams, they're going to be coming together, getting their strategies prepared, and we'll find out who comes out on top after a short wee break. Sorry, there we go. Grand finals are upon us, their team, and yeah, this is it, Pap. This is where the rubber hits the road. I feel like these two teams are ultimately, you know, the two teams that have always seemed to have a huge grudge match against each other, and I'm very excited. Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Varel go up against Staff.
I think the rubber has already hit the road, especially for Varel. They've already had to have an entire series behind them versing Heaven Sent and came out on top there. So they're already speeding through. Daff, they were just waiting at the pit stops, waiting for their go. This is the time now, but they haven't had to hit the track, and like we said before the break, in quite a while here. And Daff, they're notorious for not doing so well early in the season. Not early in the season, it is early in a series, and then being able to take it back. That's why we called it download. What was the other one?
Analyze,
flatten. That's why we named it that, and that's why I forgot it instantly. But yeah, so I mean, we could see by the prediction counter in the chat that it is going Varel's way for this first one, and fair enough too, really. I mean, Daff, they're absolutely spectacular, but they take a while to to warm up. Yeah. I mean, coming into this first lineup here, we have High Vision and Ace. That's interesting to lead with Ace on the DPS and R3K for your tank, and then you've got Paley and Ibang to back you all up.
Yeah, looking like a good team, but I mean, as you said, Daff kind of struggled to get it started. In fact, they have not yet won a control map, Pap. So it could be interesting to see whether maybe that's why Ace is coming in. Usually we see Yoshinori at the start. Maybe they're putting in Ace because Ace is a bit more comfortable on control, something like that. See whether they can get their first control win. Meanwhile, Varel has not yet lost to control, so definitely I feel like this first match could be looking like it is a Varel's map.
Still no Plankton either, but fair enough too, right? KSG has been playing absolutely exceptionally so far. I mean, they got player of the match just then, so it's no surprise to see them coming into what will be our control map, and it's really funny looking into the stats of Daff. It's like you can see how much they lose towards the beginning. Like you said, they just do not win control flat out. They only have a 2/3 chance of winning hybrid, and then slowly it just goes up and up until it's basically just 100% chance. So 100% chance of rainfall, but that's coming later this afternoon really for Daff, whereas Varel, they're of course wanting to keep their dominance that was shown on Heaven Sent. However, Daff, they're pretty much known for those sort of crazy comps, and on Lijiang Tower, Apara, you can see some truly wild stuff from Reinhardt's to dive on Lijiang Tower, or maybe we'll just see the tried and true classic Zarya or a lot of Sigma today.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we haven't talked about, these grand finals, best of 7, first to 4. So this is going to be quite the intense matchup here, Pat. We're going to be going for quite the long haul as, Lijiang Tower may be our opening map, but we could be seeing quite a lot more.
Indeed. I mean, this is, if there's ever a time for Escort to come by, this is the map. These are the maps where the series, where we should be able to see Escort. But of course, this is Control. We're going to lead out on Control Center to begin with, Sim, just to get us a little bit closer to the point as quickly as possible. But KSG hanging up the Sigma for now, instead going over to Orisa. R3K though, they will be going the Sig, so it's a lot more pokey Daff will want to go, whereas Varel, they kind of want to get it a little bit more up close, a little bit quicker.
Yeah, look at that. Varel immediately running right into Daff here, and Varel taking early control of point. However, High Vision now approaching, so this point isn't going to be capped just yet, but with Ace getting caught from the side, Cookie doing some work on this Bastion here. Daff need to figure out how to fall back to their spawn to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Varel just shows their control dominance there, right? Daff had to fall back very early. KSG had really good positioning early on too, and Nico, interestingly enough, has not decided to go Bastion this time around, instead staying on the Symmetra here to burn down Sigma's shield and burn Bastion.
High Vision trying to go in, but that Javelin's making it a little bit harder. Amplification Matrix though to give a little bit more damage to Daff. However, everyone's just hiding around the corners right now. Cloud trying to keep up their tank of KSG, and so far it is just a hard approach for Daff to try and get in and find the pick. Amplification Matrix now from Cloud as well. Really going to be zoning Daff out, so they have to go onto this high ground. Good rotation to avoid the Amplification Matrix. KSG now trying to get in onto these DPS, get a quick pick on one of the squishier characters there, but it's Cookie coming back, burning through High Vision. You can just shoot down that alleyway and find names, and that's exactly what they did. A punch onto Parlay, and Daff are just completely falling apart. That
whole time as well, Varel kept control of that point, which is massive. 60% already, ultimate out the wazoo for Varel. Of course for Daff as well, but it's so important as the defending team to be able to counter whatever Daff has got. You've got R3K with the Flux, but it has the sound barrier, and also they're down Ace. I mean, Nico, there we go. You can't push in without, I mean, you kind of have to, right? You can maybe afford to wait, but Varel's not going to afford you to wait. They're pushing in.
They're saying, you're not coming here. We're going to reduce your time as much as possible. This Gravitic Flux, however, giving Daff a little bit of an opening, able to rush down Cookie, but the Immortality is going to keep Cookie alive here. A wee little bit of a terror surge from KSG, not leading to much, but with R3K down, this approach from Daff is just slowly disappearing. I-Bang, all that's left to stall it out. Amplification Matrix, but ultimately, first point going to Varel.
100% to 0 as well, Daff. They're just in their download stages, guys. Don't worry. Yes. They're just like, very interesting, Varel. They're just computing at the moment. I mean, maybe it might come through with this map here, all the downloading, but potentially not. However, there is a couple of switches coming around. Ace this time might stay on the Symmetra instead of switching off. This map is notorious for wanting to teleport around, especially you see teleporting through the window, get your team there as quickly as you can. But Varel, however, they're going on the exact comp that worked really well against Heaven Sense, and that is having Cookie on the Mei and Nico, of course, on that Bastion. But look how fast they got to point there, Daff. They are bunkering down immediately.
Daff taking this early point presence is going to be huge to allow them to make it Varel's time to approach point here, and Varel then needs to try and get some kind of early pick to open up the field for them to get onto this point, and at the moment it's just a little bit hard for Varel to approach. The Ice Wall's giving them a bit of space, but Daff are playing so well. However, High Vision taken down now. All of a sudden, Cookie gets found, so evened up 1-1, 4v4. Daff hoping to make this approach from Varel. Impossible to come on. Ace falling low. Nico, though, taking a lot of damage as well. Gets a bit of support. Puts on that grenade right into Ace's face. Still surviving though. Ace falling so low. Finally gets found by KSG. And of course, this point is ticking up to Daff. Actually, High Vision's back. That should be able to now win this fight.
High Vision took a while as the robot, but slowly coming. Cookie's back though on the Mei, but it will be Daff to take this point and also get that late stagger as well onto said Cookie too. So again though, much like Varel, but this time it isn't Daff. That whole fight was with Daff having the capture, so already 43% and ticking up. And Daff now with the ultimate with the Flux. He's also got the Amp Matrix as well, but Varel not to be counted out with their own Amp Matrix. And Nico staying more with the artillery strikes too, but again, it's going to be harder to push in for Varel this time with these ults.
Oh, the Flux missed everyone. That is not good news for Daff if they were wanting to try and make something big out of that. It's allowing Varel a little bit more space to open up this attack. However, Sound Barrier is forced just to get aggressive. Artillery strikes from both sides. KSG frozen up. The Blizzard was the ult to allow Varel to go back to spawn and allow Daff to have control of that point a little bit longer.
A little bit longer. I mean, it's going to be hard, honestly, for Varel to even take a proper last fight, especially with Mint just kind of exploring the back of the map for a little while here, potentially trying to get a late second move here. But it's actually Cookie!
Cookie taken down early, not good. They had the Blizzard but can't use it now. Ibang thrown down to the ground with that Gravitic Flux, not finding any victims though. KSG starting to fall so low, and this is overtime here. Varel needs to come up big or Daff will be evening up our control center. And with KSG going down, Nico taking a lot of damage, Cloud getting caught out. It's 1-1 here as yeah, we're 1-1 on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, they've adjusted quickly, Daff. They're already at that stage apparently, as that was rough for Varel that time round. As yeah, they just swapped the bat and they're like, here Daff, you have this map, we had the previous one, it's only fair. Now, will the gloves be off for this third map? Each team kind of knows they want to play. But the beauty of Lijiang Tower is that these three maps are, I wouldn't say so much different from each other, but they are different enough where it does allow for different heroes to be selected. However, Varel though, they're still going on the tried and true, except for Cookie onto the Echo, whereas on the other side you have High Vision on the Sojourn, which is to be expected here. High Vision is a very, very good hit scan player and will be hard for Cookie to push in.
Nico trying to find their first victim, putting in a lot of damage but not finding anybody to take out yet. High Vision though, falling super low, has to power slide away, but Parlay, the first to get caught out by KSG. High Vision, however, evens it up, taking out Cookie here. Daff getting early point cap, so that percentage is gonna start climbing up in Daff's favor for now. Accretions from both Sigmas. KSG slowed down because of it. Nico, however, has gotten the space with the help of KSG to push in. R3K now has to come in uncomfortably, but it's High Vision all on the board there, taking down two Cookies. Focusing beam though, evening it up, and Varel, after a long back and forth fight, are going to be able to take point.
Cookie came back there and saved Varel from the brink of losing that fight there. And I think as well what helps is having two supports that are really good at those close range brawls. You have the Immortality Field, but then as well you always have that proc Inspire from Mint to keep everybody alive, bashing people away as well. But Daff, they're going straight in, but it's actually the duplicate onto Cookie to begin with.
Yeah, Cookie becoming Sigma is going to make that approach so much harder for Daff. Now, there are two tanks on this field, and Immortality's forced to come out. Daff really hoping that they can keep their team alive, but R3K falls. Cloud being able to be the one to find them. High Vision's not going to commit this overclock at the moment because it's all Varel on the table.
Yeah, and Ayabang used Sound Barrier as well. That hurts, especially because it didn't draw out any more ults from Varel. Varel still have really good ult economy. Lads, they hit the 50% mark here, and Daff's still wanting to go over this bridge, but they're going to get punished with a flux.
Oh man, KSG putting a lot of damage onto R3K, and that artillery strike finishes them off. The wall is not going to catch out R3K, but Nico does there, and this Blizzard now having to be protected by the rally. Mint doing a lot of work for Varel to stay alive, and it's actually worked out. 72% now, Pap, and Daff are panicking.
Daff really were there with that Blizzard Flux. Comes out, gets almost all of them.
Oh, Cloud the first to fall as well. That's the perfect pick that you're searching for. R3K though takes so much damage just trying to enter in across this bridge. Amplification Matrix, and now Ace is taken down. R3K putting in all the work, and with High Vision taking Cookie out of the sky, that will get this point back.
will be able to flip it, but they need to hold on to it now for the entire time. Can they do it after using all of their ults? Which, of course, they had to. It was the final fight. You needed to be able to turn that one around, but Varel there played really well. They didn't use the duplicate, so that means that you have it for this fight. Cookie probably going over to the Sigma once again. Maybe if you're feeling a little bit spicy, over to the Mei to get a Blizzard. But yeah, more often than not, we have been seeing a lot of those tanks. And I love how it seems like Varel, they want to go the White Room way this time.
Amplification Matrix as well is going to give Varel a lot of room to breathe, take quite a bit of space, and you can see Dak respecting it. They fell back. They gave that space up. Now, Varel are on point, but that wall is quite scary here. Dak looking to throw out this Blizzard. There it is. Ace going to start freezing up the members of Varel. It's going to be Nico booped off this point by iBang there. Mint gets caught out, and all of a sudden, DAF have put themselves into a pretty position to get this map win.
Yeah, DAF used their ults really well because it was proactive rather than reactive. Varel there were a bit too reactive to the ultimates and was already way too late. And DAF now, this is the final fight over to take Lijiang Tower for either side, no matter what happens here. And it's going to be led with a Flux and KSG.
3K taking a lot of damage, but Immortality is going to keep them alive. And Duplicate from Obi onto Point as well. Point's going to flip to Varel here. They're getting a bit distracted. Overclock, however, is going to bring out a bunch of damage. iBang forgot where to stand on this map by the looks of it, and it's not good news here as DAF want that speed. Varel can start to just set up their bunker here. Ace getting punished on Point, gets into their cryo freeze for now, and Cloud actually doing a lot of work. Varel are going to be the ones to come out on top here. They just need to finish off these last few stragglers, and Varel get Lijiang.
That was very well played there from Varel. So close down to the line. 99 to 99. I want to know what happened to iBang. Where did they go? They disappeared. They reappeared for a little bit there to try and get on the point the last second there, but of course it was never really going to come up very big. But Varel now leading our best of four series here with a good first map win. I mean, I don't want to be mean and say it was to be expected, but DAF, they're never that great on control. So it is their map pick now going over to hybrid. So remains to be seen what they pick, but whatever it will be, I'm sure it will lean into probably the poke again, unless they want to do their typical DAF style of where, you know what, let's just dive. But we've seen Varel dive too, so will it be matched?
We'll find out if Varel can continue this winning streak after a short wee break, so don't go anywhere. Varel have set themselves up 1-0 and are taking the lead at the moment against DAF. However, if there's one thing we know about DAF, Pap, it is that they managed to bring it back. They like the reverse sweep a little bit here. So we'll see whether that streak continues or whether DAF decide to take this next map.
They decide, yeah, it's like, yeah, we may as well.
Yes, so. Yeah.
We lost Lijiang, we may as well. But it is DAF's map choice here for hybrid, whether or not, okay. We're seeing Midtown again. You know what, Apara? After the amount of times that we've gone on Midtown, I think the train will need a full-on service after this. We have used this train system a lot this season. No matter where you are on the bracket, no matter if you're in Korea contenders or APAC contenders, consistently Midtown has just worked so well for the teams, the comps, and of course the meta that's really developed through here. So unfortunately, no admission prices to have been paid for what is it, Blizzard World. So Midtown. Now surely DAF just saw what happened right to Heaven Sent after Heaven Sent picked Midtown. Well, Varel went on a crazy comp, which was really fun to watch, and look, it kind of worked, but it kind of didn't. I mean, in the end, Heaven Sent didn't end up winning, but maybe that's why DAF's like, I'm going to take you to one map that you lost against Heaven Sent. I should also mention really quickly a sub as Toshinori is in instead of Ace. Being in,
I think
for the
I think you're right. I think that is going to be a big reason. They just saw Varel try run this Doomfist comp, and I think DAF are probably confident in being able to shut it down. And so you may as well take a map where you know Varel's going to run something a little bit out of the left field.
Oh, please don't switch last second. Oh, okay. I mean, we still get the KSG on the Reinhardt. Haven't seen that in a little bit. Fair enough too. You want Nico on to the sim to teleport as quickly as they're like, where did everybody go? Looking. And there you go. Spotted them. Zeroed in. Varel now. They'll be looking to hire out those apartments again on the far side. Or at least teleporting into the hallway, but you got to get past high vision. Something damage there.
Yeah, Dapper completely together, not letting you go in like you want to, but high vision feeling a lot of pain. Nico manages to take them out. There goes Ibang as well, and Varel kind of tried to bait with the teleporter. It worked out because Dap did not know how to approach this, and now, yeah, Varel completely clean sweep Dap.
Yeah, that comp really lent into the poke more than Varel, but I don't know, Daf played that more like a brawl comp and got completely destroyed because of it. However, the flash already come down, but Immortality Field, this just saves the Bastion, you save Cookie, you've got Matrix as well, but you don't even need it to take out Parley.
That was bad news as well. Nobody came on for the touch, so now everyone's going to get staggered out here, Pat. Daph are going to get caught out, and that's going to build a lot of space for Varel.
And a speed as well from Min. They're like, we've got to get as many things as possible by as much time and as much space. Of course, they do not want a repeat of what happened against Heaven Sent done to them again. And Daph now kind of scrambling to answer whatever Varel has thrown at them and just said, here's the equation, what's the solution? And Daph haven't found anything just yet. The artillery strike from Cookie has come down and not got anything just yet.
Oh, but KSG got right there. Everyone from DAF decided to look at KSG, remove them from this battle, and now this is where Varel seems to struggle with getting across this bridge, because once DAF can bunker up, it becomes so hard. Varel, though, not out of it just yet. Nico has taken Yoshinori out of the sky, but you're going right into an amplification matrix, and Ibang is just living their best life right now. KSG does take down high vision, so, Varel are never giving it up, and they have managed to now push it around this corner. For now, it looks like Varel are just opting to stabilize.
They use so many ults there, Varel. All of their ultimates, excuse me. Sorry to... They used 5 ults, got nothing. However, I guess Cookie is evening it up, but ultimately when KSG falls and now your Bastion's falling really low. What, high vision? What is going on now? It's gone back. It's the pendulum has swung. Now it's just Varel that can push.
Okay, Dapper gonna throw out that Gravitic Flux. Actually catches Cookie. Mid falling low as well. R3K ensuring that that one pick from Varel does not lead to anything more.
Finally, they retreat Varel. I mean, we saw this a bit against Invincible and against NG UK, where Varel, they might have lost 2 picks, but they did manage to bring it back. But DAF proving that they aren't one of those teams to be messed with. And they still have some ultimates as well here. You've got the dupe and you also have the Trojan as well. And that will shut down a lot of that pressure that Varel really wants to get on top of you with. But at the moment, Varel, they're just running away, Apara. They don't want to even go near a duplicated Echo.
Yeah, I mean, Yoshinori feels a lot of that pain and actually gets caught out from the sky. So Varel's, respect they were paying worked out, because all of a sudden now they can turn around, chase you down once you've lost that Reinhardt. R3K gone as well. There goes High Vision, and all of a sudden Varel have got that cart back in action.
Yeah, they will as well push it further than they did last time. They'll get under the bridge completely, should I say. And it will be stopped just before the next point, unless the shadow goes through. However, I think, yeah, KSG was found out just in nick of time. Switch over from R3K over to the Orisa.
Gonna fortify so you don't get charged. KSG really hoping to find a target, but it's just finding everyone surrounding you. Immortality keeping KSG alive, and Bang and Parlay keeping the hopes of DAF alive at this point. That Blizzard, though, from Cookie could be big, as well as a Photon Barrier. So now all of a sudden, Varel can dance around the shield. High Vision really wanting to take them out, but Cookie finds them, and that payload pushes on through.
That worked! The Blizzard
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that was a 2v4 situation. No healers either. That was just a Sim and, of course, Cookie as well. Nico and Cookie, what a formidable duo. They're taking that point, and now Varel in a really good position to take this even further. I mean, DAF now making some last second switches again, back to that Sigma off of the Orisa. Fair enough, KSG is switched off to that Reinhardt. A bit harder to play Reinhardt here, where it's not hallway-esque per se, but a lot more opportunities to get your shield burnt down.
Rally for DAF, allowing them to make that space, get that cart back into control. But Varel has been very good at, just playing the respect game, saying, okay, DAF, I see you, we're not going to go in, but the second that's done, we're running you over. And it looks like Varel now trying to find that opening again.
Varel are just really good at pulling winds out of their left nostril. Now DAF, they're coming in with a dupe, but instantly shut down. Mint, though, evens it up.
Mint gets found. Yoshinori, however, taken down. DAF not happy losing their Echo. Amplification Matrix now needs to come out to zone Varel out of any approach here. Ibang falls, however, and Varel, once that Amplification Matrix is gone, they're going to start approaching heavily. Amplification Matrix of their own comes out from Cloud. The artillery strike gets completely dodged, and DAF is sweating at this moment as this payload keeps getting closer to the end.
Yeah, DAF clearly have not adjusted to whatever Varel is throwing at them here, as Yoshinori is popping, getting Nico.
Oh, Cookie got lifted into the air whilst they were duplicated as Bastion, so could take down Ibang. However, fortunately for DAF, they managed to turn it around in the last second and have stabilized on defense.
Yeah, Yoshinori going on to the Tracer pick there. I want to say last second, but they're already towards that pulse bomb. They did so much damage that one fight. But talking of one fight, this is the final fight for Varel's attack here. 40 seconds remaining. They have some ultimates to burn though, Varel. The biggest one being Flux for sure. How are they going to shut that down? Yoshinori, oh my goodness, they felt like 1 HP there. I suppose you don't have Rally, but you do have Immortality Field. That's what you're hoping for here as the defending team.
Nico's got that overclock, and with the that Accretion shutting down the Gravitic Flux. I was gonna say with that Gravitic Flux, they're playing Dark Hunt at the moment, a bit of skeet shooting, but not gonna work out. Nico does take down 2. Cookie and Cloud are also gone. Yoshi and Nico putting in all the work. Who is going to come out on top? It looks like it's Varel, as now it is just Yoshi, Nori, all that's left to stall on the cart for now.
Varel cannot get off this payload now. It is in overtime here. Now, they did use a couple of ultimates there, Varel, like the Overclock, like the Flux, and with Cookie switching over to the Genji, there's no hope for any of those ultimates to come online. You're really hoping for Cloud here as his payload inches ever closer.
Harley taking down Mint though, and now a rally from Ibang allowing Daft to start to play that aggressive playstyle they love. They're gonna finish off KSG. This is where the payload is resting, just before the end of Midtown.
That was a lot better though from Varel. Yeah. A lot better than what we saw against Heaven Sent. I mean, look, Varel, they did run a bit of a crazy comp that they didn't do this time around. However, yeah, they are, yeah. That was better. It was better to see. I mean, Daft, they've been doing all right on the defense there, but it felt like they were consistently, especially on first point, they got completely rolled over, so they had so much time bank that they had to burn through. And Varel had a lot of momentum leading into the third point, but luckily, both teams made so many switches into that third point that both teams' ult economies sort of readjusted, almost went flat, and that just allowed for Daft to ever so slowly inch up, and eventually that rally from Mint just sealed the deal. Not from Mint, from Harley, I think it was, sealed the deal. Now, Daft going on the attack. They have a win condition at least this time round, Opa, as Varel, they're going on the tried and true Swedish meatball, and Nico's back on the legs. This time, can they survive if they do choose to go on that flank?
Yeah, Nico went on a journey last time, got caught out. I don't think Nico will be making that same mistake again, but you never know. You never know.
What if we did it, but again?
Yeah. What if this time it works? Question mark. But will R3K on Zarya work here, Pat?
This is the first time we've seen Zarya this entire game, which is this entire series, this entire day. But Yoshi Nori already falling to KSG there. Obviously, that's just going to make Varel, sorry, not Varel, that fall back and wait, patient. But yeah, 3K, I mean, going Zarya here on the attack, of course, you are more susceptible to being poked away from Nico, from Cookie as well. But that's why you have to take this hallway. You have to be smart about the way you're passing. But Yoshi down again. This is the second time.
And this time, Daft basically have to take this fight. Cookie is gonna let you though. High vision's gone. Everyone's gonna run into this laundromat now and just completely rip apart Daft. Try and finish somebody off, but it's actually Cookie getting found. Nico does find Ibang in that last few seconds. R3K falls, and now it's just Paolo. Gonna be tagging a little bit. Yoshi's also joined the fight here. Yoshi and High Vision are not giving up, actually finding 2, and now putting Daft in quite a good position to potentially retake this fight. Not that PSG has something to say about it though. This is a messy fight, Pat.
This is APAC. I just love how you might lose a player or two, but somehow Daft, they managed to get a couple of play. Oh, Yoshi Nori again. This is the third time. Now they can't push again. Daft, at least they had they weren't locked up in that room on the right-hand side that time round, so they can take this fight a little bit more slowly. But Varel have had such quick fights that already you've got the Flux from KSG. Doesn't catch anything though.
Nano on R3K is big, taking down Cookie, Cloud's Captain Sun though. Yoshinori is being punished time and time again. R3K now finished off, and even with the Nano for that push, Varel just holds strong.
Yoshi just needs to survive the first 3 seconds of a fight, honestly. It's so brutal. I mean, they're only 75% of the way to Blade. They're getting there, but at this point in time, Daft, they're kind of saving up all their ultimates for the last fight here. Barrel, they've got the tack visor. They'll take the high ground. In fact, they're going to take the train. Are they? Oh, this is where we get to see. Oh, there we go.
Oh, the tack visor. High Vision was not happy about that. Nico, however, not leading too much more. Running away, R2K trying to chase them down. They drew out the grab, not sure where it ended up, but Nico finding Parlay. Once again, every time Daft try and make something happen, it's just not leading to anything. Yoshi now falling so low, the bubble to save them, and perhaps a minute left on the clock.
They really have just left all their big guns, their big ultimates, except the grab for this last fight here, Daft. I don't even think they've downloaded this time round Apara. Varro are looking so comfortable.
Or the blade onto Nico, finding Mint with the help of High Vision as well. They're overclocked. Finally, 2 ults used for Daft, but they are going to get some point progress.
Yeah, this is what happens when Yoshinori survives the first 3 seconds of an engagement. I mean, that was really well played. Of course, you had the overclock just to make Varro really scared to even peek their heads out, and that just allowed for Yoshinori just to have a field day in their back line, their front line. They took out the KSD, of course, but they have a lower time bank, of course, than Varro did on their attack, and Varro pretty good with their ultimates at the moment. They have them all some core saved up, and KSG has another flux.
I feel like this combo is so good for defense as well, especially on the second point here. So Daft are going to find it hard to break apart. Captive Sun coming out as well as Prophetic Flux. R3K's caught, but the Immortality is going to give them a life for now. High Vision to get found by that Captive Sun though, so Daft is going to be playing one character down. Amplification Matrix opening up a little bit of room for Daft to breathe. Try and pump out some damage onto Barrel, but now there's a Molten Core right in the hallway you were trying to enter through, so you are pushed back again, Daft. R3K just wanting to find a way to enter into this fight, and Barrel, even though they haven't gotten many picks, have certainly slowed down this push.
The grab is up for R3K. They're popping it instantly.
Oh, catches out Mint, but it's picked back and forth. KSG and Nico putting in that work again, time and time again. Varro holding strong.
Daft is just doing what, the overtime team. They're just waiting. They're waiting for Yoshinori to get their ults again, and I guess I bang, but to get their rally. I suppose that's why you take a Brig, but why not a Lucio? Why not even a Flico? Or just to help you with Zuzu?
Bob's out from both sides. Parlay taking down Mint. Daft could be happy about that. This might finally be the opening they need, but they actually need to start pushing onto this payload. Barrel are looking like the attacking team as Daft is now coming from defender side. KSG and Cookie Fall. There goes Nico as well. Finally, Daft are in control, but there's not much time left.
Yeah, by the time that Varel get back, they'll pretty much make this final fight here, and Cloud's got the Captive Sun, KSG has another Flux, and so far, nobody's been able to shut down KSG's Fluxes. I mean, you've got Rally at least to add a little bit of armor. That will help. And then you've got Immortality Field too, and the bubbles. That's what you need to do to survive this Rally combo.
Captive Sun though, and that catches 3 of them. It's a bit of a scary position for Daft, but taking down KSG is huge. The blade from Yoshi as well. These hero blades have been so crucial to allow Daft to keep being alive in this fight, and it works out again. Yoshi on this Genji is just crazy.
It's an overtime team. They made it only just, but yeah, consistently off the back of Yoshinori's blades, Daft able to control it. I actually really like this Ana switch. I think it's really good simply because if you are relying on Yoshinori's blades so much, why not help them out with that nano blade? However, they will need a couple more fights before that blade comes online.
R3K trying to find someone from Barrel to take out early, but this time is ticking away. KSG being the first to fall is huge news for Daft here. Nico taken out. It's a bit of a back and forth battle. Yoshi taking down Cookie here now, and Mint is just going to stall out for time.
42 seconds remaining here. This will be the final fight again for Daff to be able to take it all the way here. I don't know, what will Valor do? KSG switched over to the Zarya for this final fight here to help Cookie get in there a little bit easier here. And R3K though, with that grab, you've also got the high vision.
High Vision's overclock, needs to find a big target or else it's not going to lead to too much. That grab though, finding 3. Both supports are in it. Cloud and Mint are gone. Nico falls. All of a sudden it's Cookie and KSG left to try and stall him out. KSG falls. There goes Cookie. This payload is cruising along now. Barrel might be able to get a last minute touch, but it's going to be stressful moments.
Yeah, also Parley as well will be coming out so they'll have less heals. Oh, he's a Moira.
Okay. Yeah, we got a little bit of a coalescence trying to cause some kind of disruption on Daff. The sound barrier as well is going to allow Barrel to push up nice and aggressively here. There's a Death Blossom, gets moved around, so struggling to find a target. High Vision finding 2, Yoshinori's Blade as well. This is so good for Daff here. They want to even it up, and with these final few picks coming through, that payload is going to push on through slowly but surely.
It's just Nico to touch there, and even though Varel had Coalescence, had a beat, had Death Blossom, they still came up short as Daff just took Midtown from the brink of all of the overtimes that we saw there. And I mean, I want to say that they downloaded and adjusted, but I think it was just at the end there, it was just throw whatever you can at the wall, and it ended up working. It did, but Daff, they're going to have to clean up if they want to continue this moving forward.
Yeah, but I mean, we do have to think about the fact that Daff is usually quite a bit of a reverse sweep team. And now because they've taken that map, evened it up 1-1, they don't have to always be playing on that back foot. They don't have to be worrying as much about a like one map and we lose sort of thing. So Daff will be happy with that. I think especially moving into Flashpoint as our next map, it really goes anybody's way here. So Daff, certainly they seem to turn around on Flashpoint, and it feels like that might be how it goes. So Pap, we're going to have to see how Flashpoint goes after a short wee break. We are now evened up 1-1. Def taking a map back for themselves, and means we got a series on our hand. We expected this one to go quite a distance because both these teams have something to prove. Def is proving that they are still the strongest APAC team. Of course, they were cracking last season. Now back to that Def name. And Varel, they want to get it. They really want to be able to get that number one spot. They've been so close every time.
Yeah, final chance as well.
Yeah.
This season, they were so close before, just losing to DAF 3-2. So their revenge story isn't quite over though. Yes, they have dropped a map, but it is their map choice. And I mean, we saw what they went against Heaven Sent. They did go New Junk City, so it would not surprise me, especially how dominant Varel were if they were to go New Junk City again. Now, they did run KSG on Sigma the whole time. Maybe we might get a surprise visit from Plankton, but KSG's been on fire as of late. So probably not. And then it's the question of, do we get to see the Bastion again? Will we see the May? Or because of the way that DAF is playing, which is a little bit more, I suppose, aggressive with that Zarya play, like we saw. I mean, I'm going to Korean Contenders here a little bit. Bear with me. Muse's Zarya was insane. And I mean, if we can get an insane Zarya like that, will it be up to the task of taking down KSG Sigma? And there we go, New Junk City.
New Junk City is going to be the map we're going into. And yeah, Varel are choosing it. They were confident on it last time, so it looks like they're going to go again. And I mean, yeah, if they play that same comp, keep that strong bunker defense up and running, they could be able to take it. But Def, we've seen Def completely turn up a gear on New Junk City. We've seen them run things like the Junker Queen, the Zarya, that sort of stuff. So we'll see whether they can go into that next gear and start speed running through these maps.
Speed running, yeah. I mean, Varel sped run last time though, so it's two speed runners going head to see who really is the best. Is there in the house? There is a little mini health back there, but DAF, they're going to be running with the Sigma, seeing what Varel ran. I will wait for Varel. They seem to be switching quite often. We don't usually see a monkey. It would be so exciting to see this monkey. I doubt it. As they're just showing us a little bit of a funny thing. You can get stuck in the Winston jump animation. But yeah, High Vision will be going over to the Sojin. And of course, yeah, KSG, this is what we sort of expected from them, over onto the Sigma. Now, there is a speed boost, and Yoshinori is a little bit further back than the rest of their team, so the walls won't be there for the first couple of sessions, but Varel playing it safe enough that it won't work for them.
Dapper getting pushed back though. Dapper giving Varel a lot of respect at this point. We'll see whether it works out in their favor as a configuration. Assault now from Nico, really playing ring around the rosy. Dapper just running that wall, blocking off the tank of Varel from their supports at the moment, not leading to any deaths. Yoshi falling so low, cryo freeze just to survive here. KSG pushing in. Oh, the attrition eye bag ran right into there, and now you would not going as fast as you would hope. You cannot escape Varel now.
Cannot pass go either without that speed boosters. High Vision will be the last to fall there, as yeah, Varel looking as dominant as they did last time. We saw New Junk City from them, and no switches from DAF, seeing what they ran there, as High Vision is close at least to that overclock. But this is where Varel can just sort of set up with that bunker comp that you were talking about earlier. You've got the Amp Matrix as well, which will burn down Steve's shield, May's wall, anything like that. And especially because DAF, they want to stick close together, so they're all going to come out as one.
This amplification matrix could be devastating for DAF if placed right from Cloud. At the moment, DAF are just really thinking, how are we going to approach?
Taking it very slowly, but it's the Amp Matrix to come out from DAF and the beat coming from Varel.
Down there is going to lower the amount of damage this overclock is bringing out, and Nico finds 2 again. Nico always putting in so much work on this Bastion, making it so hard for Daph to even come in on these approaches, and now at 90%, Daph kind of just have to give it up.
Yeah, there's no way you're touching here. No way, Jose, as iBang just getting out with their life there at about 20 HP. As, yeah, we will be moving on to the next point, which is, I should have had it up, you know, Junkyard. And Varel have, they have defensive position already, as they were just naturally closer. KSG will have the Flux, and then you've got the Blizzard as well, so the only thing to answer it will be iBang.
Blizzard comes out trying to catch up Daph, but there's a responsive Blizzard from Yoshinori hoping to make some work, but with iVision going down, Daph are just going to give up this point early on.
Yeah, it was... Oh, they're also going to give up a pause. Who have we lost? Who died? Who went to heaven? Yeah. Maybe someone went to heaven this time round, but Varel, man, they looked very strong. They've already got Junkyard well and truly in their midst. And yeah, look, they had to use a couple of ultimates to get it, but Daph, it was always going to be a struggle, right? New Junk City.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Varel knew how to play this map. It sounds like Parlay got DC'd here, so
they went to heaven.
Hopefully, yeah, they'll be back in time, and hopefully it's not gonna get too much pain in terms of ult percentage. But we do kind of just have to cover, this is essentially a rematch of our last season. We've kind of been talking about it, but we're not really clarifying that this is actually a rematch from the finals of last season. Varel versus Kraken, now Varel versus Daph. Both of these, that match went the distance. It went 3-4, just going Daph's way. So,
and we're back to it. Yeah.
We'll see if it gets replicated.
I mean, it's looking like it, right? I mean, New Junk City is well and truly in the midst of Varel. At the moment, it's really hard for Daph to push in here. iBang still with that down barrier to hopefully answer KSG, but at Flux. But at the moment, Daph's very good.
Oh, look at that wall. That wall protected them from the gravitic flux, so now Daph is going to still be in this fight for now. Nico just trying to avoid a lot of the damage, and KSG playing behind is actually going to be a bit of a mistake. They get caught out, taken down. However, he did find iVision here, so it's a little bit even, but now with the amplification matrix, this is all Daph on the board going forward, and that point should flip to Daph.
That was Cloud's amp matrix from Varel, so with that gone as well, that will help Daph to solidify the point, hold it for longer too, because they don't have to worry about so much damage coming out from Nico with the next fight. But with Mint with sound barrier though, you have to assume that they'll either be used for the obvious, which would be Flux, but the less obvious if they just want to push in really aggressively here. But it just seems like it will be the Flux from Master K to begin with.
Yeah, you just wait out that Flux for now. Cloud does get taken down though, so Varel are going back to spawn, and actually Daph are really happy with that, because especially if they can get a staggered out kill at this point, it's essentially run them Junkyard.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it as they are boosting back with the help of iBangers. This is final fight though, for sure, on Junkyard. There's no other fights to be had, even if Varel ends up taking this one, as the Blizzard's online, but it's really the overclock.
Overclock getting shut down by a bit of a sound barrier here, and now this Blizzard from Cookie putting in a lot of work. Varel are going to turn this point back into their control, and Dapper I feel like we're seeing a bit of deja vu here at this point, where Varel nearly gave up the point to Heaven Sent and got it back.
I just want to point out, Yoshinori used Blizzard and it got eaten. That is hard, and you can see that Varel, they just want to take Daph on outside of whatever point is next, whatever objective, and see if they can get any staggers, any picks that might help them with this potentially last objective.
Yeah, now it's 3-0 to Varel. Varel looked good on New Junk City before, and they're looking good again. Parlay utilizing that amplification matrix just to heal up their team, and And we're moving on over to the refinery, Pap.
This is exactly the same as last time.
Yeah, this is feeling like a lot of deja vu.
This certainly is, but this Flux is new, and it picks up the main, but that's about it. Yoshinori falls though.
Carly found 2. This wall making it so hard for Daph to get into a comfortable position, and yeah, completely collapsed to Varel. Varel's gonna get early cap.
Man, Daph though, they didn't use too many ultimates there. They still have the sound barrier and the Flux for the next fight, but Varel in complete control of New Junk City so far, and I love how they didn't worry about the objective to begin with. They knew that they had to take out Daph to begin with. It's exactly what they did against Heaven Sent. Done it again. Daph now moving over to the high ground here, popping the accretion, but it's the wall just lost any damage coming through.
Lux though, gonna pick up 3. Not well. Yoshi gets found during it, which is not exactly what Daph were hoping for. Artillery strike coming out now, as well as a blizzard. Barrel throwing a lot in there to make sure they are sitting comfortably on this point. And yeah, now it's getting hard for Daph to touch, especially if Parlay gets staggered like this.
Oh man.
Oh no!
Oh, I thought Parley's. Oh. I mean, fair enough. They got staggered so long, they're gonna have to switch over to like a Kiriko or something. Yeah, there you go. That could teleport to get back fast enough. So I can see the value, but honestly, they won't even be able to touch here as Varel are just so strong on New Junk City. You could see why they picked that map time and time again. Another 3-0, and as you said, deja vu. Daph barely got to touch that point. Refinery I'm referring to there. It was absolutely brutal. It is such a long series though, but still having that map in your belt is so good, especially Flashpoint, because that could be anyone's game.
Oh yeah, I mean now Varel are starting to get a little bit closer to where they looked, and they looked good on push as well, Pap. Of course, Daph is a different beast to Heaven Sent, but Varel looked really good on Heaven Sent, and if on push against Heaven Sent, and if they can do it again, then they'll be putting themselves into match point territory. That's exactly where Varel want to be sitting. Meanwhile, Daph, they want to be going the distance. They need to be getting map after map win here. So I think they just have to choose the right push map.
It will remain to be seen. Just don't pick Colosseo, Daph, because it clearly didn't work for Heaven Sent. We'll be right back after this short break.
Moving into push, Varel is up 1, and I just want to take us back back in history for a little bit. No, you can cover that shortly. I want to talk
Okay, no, I see. We're going further back than what I'm. Yeah, no,
I'm
you go. Floor is yours.
Last
Floor is
season,
yours.
Asia
No, this was our first season.
Contender. No, last season.
Summer.
Last season.
I thought it was summer series. Okay, no, all right, I'll shut up.
Last season of Contenders, Varel won the first map against Kraken, then lost against Kraken, then won against Kraken. So we are currently literally toe for toe here as we're now moving into our push map, which I want to say, because this is really important to state, Kraken, aka Daft, picked Colosseo, and now we're seeing Colosseo. They won Colosseo last season, Pap, against Varel. So we couldn't get a spoiler alert. We knew Colosseo was coming out. And I don't know. I feel like it might be the wrong choice, but also with the fact that Kraken beat Varel literally last season on Colosseo, it might be the right play.
It's kind of like playing Zenyatta, high risk, high reward. You know, you've either got a glass cannon that's killing everybody, or you're playing 4v5 when Zen just gets destroyed in the backline. Colosseo is, yes, okay, it's good for Daft/Kraken because of how well they did against Varel last time, but as I was saying before, alluded to before the break, how well Varel did against Heaven Sent. It was Heaven Sent's map choice to go on Colosseo, and it didn't work at all. Varel, I wouldn't say completely stomped, but they definitely got Philip all the way with easily 3 minutes remaining there. So having seen all that, Daft still going, yep, let's go Colosseo. They have to have a plan. Ace coming in for High Vision this time round onto the Sojourn as we're rolling out here. Varel is playing exactly the same comp as they were before, so really the only big switch up is this Bastion versus the Sojourn. As you know, Apara, do we even cast this? We've got 2 minutes now of waiting until something happens.
Well, it looks like Daft are deciding we're not gonna go main. Oh, no, never mind, going back main. No, it is gonna be the long waiting poke battle. No flanks from Daft, at least at this point. Do you think the difference between Bastion versus Sojourn is going to be critical here?
So Sojourn's good for getting those hits and the rail guns, especially if you can get onto someone like Cloud or something like that to open up the fight, whereas Bastion's just more consistent damage, especially up close. So it really, yes, you can argue about the Sojourn is probably better if you can land the shots, but at the moment, it's really just who can get their 5 ultimates fast enough as we continue this 2-minute debate on whether or not we put of where Philip goes.
Yeah, just the decider of who's going to take this point first. Parlay now has this M Matrix we talked about, using them quickly last time. It looks like Daft wants to push right on up. RGK is falling low, however, but with this aggressive push into the M Matrix, Varel are going to have to play a little bit more safe. Blizzard's nearly built up from Cookie, however, so if Cookie can get a big Blizzard off, it could go back to Varel. Parlay just pumping out the heals. Application Matrix now from Cloud, and the Blizzard comes out from Cookie, starting to freeze up Daft here, and it is going to be R3K, caught out Yoshinori, taking a lot of pain, and it looks like Varel are coming out on top. Ace hoping to make something work, but in the end, Varel had bot control.
I don't want to say there you go, but Daft, they started well. They used their ultimate proactively, which I think is the way to go there, but Varel very consistent with that Blizzard, and KSD now with the Flux as well to keep this fight going. However, they are respecting that they did lose a couple of the members, but R3K isn't.
Immortality, though, is going to make that grab not lead to too much of a Flux. Now coming out from KSG, also not quite finding the targets that they're hoping for. Ace falling so low, Immortality saves them. An artillery strike, though, finishes off at the last second, and now Varel pushing right back in, running over Daft again, and yeah, this is the Varel we saw last Colosseo. They've certainly cleaned up their act
from the previous season, but if we just look at literally the last series, they're just going from what they did last time, completely and utterly tearing apart their opponent, and Daft used so many ultimates there in that fight, and to not come up with a win is it's painful. But R3K switched over to the Junker Queen, looking to go a little bit more aggressive instead of poking. But the Junker Queen has worked so far in this series, and with a Blizzard, it's going to be hard to push in, right?
So far, it looks like they're going to go right off into the backline of Barrel, but Mint can just run right away. Cloud pops their amplification matrix to ensure their survival, but R3K runs right on into them, and Barrel are collapsing. They're still pushing the bot a little bit here, but ultimately, Def are sort of coming out on top. It's so slow. I mean, Def really needs to finish off these last few people, or this bot keeps moving. Finally, they take out Cookie, and Def are in control.
In the meantime, though, Varel had burnt down 4 minutes off the time bank. That's pretty good going there. But the big victory, I suppose you could call it, if you are a DAF fan, is that they didn't cap first point Varel. So they didn't get close spawns. That means DAF has more time to adjust to fight plan. How they're going to do it. They got Parley with the Amp Matrix, but the problem is you still got Cookie here with the Blizzard. You still got a flush as well from KSG, and no way to really shut it down. However, iBang has the sound barrier, which is good.
KSG gonna pick up Parley, and Nico's able to finish them off. Nico taking down Ace as well. The Blizzard from Cookie. Barrel really want this bot back in their control, and that's what they're going to get.
Somehow Cookie falls during that fight, but it won't really mean too much in the long and short of it. However, it got to a little bit into Barrel's territory. That buys Daf a little bit more time to come back, and speaking of which, R3K, they will come back with a rampage of all things, and no way to cleanse it. The only way to really get rid of it temperamentally would be the immortality field, but Varel, they are respecting the ultimates that DAF are holding, because it is a lot. Blizzard and of course the Overclock as well, as they're going in.
There's that rampage, and it's bringing a lot of pain to the supports, but not quite finishing anyone off thanks to the immortality here. Cloud now taking down Ace, popping that Overclock, and needs to come up with a few more goods, because KSG is starting to even it up with the help of Cookie here. Dapper actually running here. Yoshinori getting chased down. KSG is not done from this fight. Cryo Freeze just saving Yoshinori in the nick of time, and with Parley taking down Cookie, this should be Dap getting control back into their favor.
I don't know, I'm confused why Dav would sound barrier there to, I mean, you could say, oh yeah, to keep KSG alive, but even then it was a 2v4, if not a 2v5, because Junker Queen can come back a lot faster than the rest of the crew from Varel, and especially once Cookie fell, so they'll be missing that, right? Because Yoshinori, they have the Blizzard for this fight, and in fact they've just popped it, nothing to stop it either.
Yoshi really want to run over those frozen targets. Artillery strike now from Nico right onto the bot, trying to slow down that progress to not give them the lead. Daph, however, want to take it. Blizzard now coming out from Cookie. That's going to freeze up Daph, and R3K starting to fall so low. Commanding shout just to survive here. Down barrier as well from iBang, and it actually works. R3K, we've seen them crush on the Queen, and they're doing it again.
And with that, Daph, I dare say, will take the front spawn off of Varel, and that means that it will be harder for Varel to gain momentum back again. However, Nico just going at it solo.
Yeah, Nico says no halfway for you, and in fact, Daph is falling back quite a bit. R3K now getting completely run over, but the supports are there, keeping them up, built up now a rampage if they needed. The Flux really forcing Daph out of this fight and back to spawn.
That was exceptionally well played from Varel, not letting that front spawn point be captured. And as I was saying, now that makes Daph spawn in their old spawn, giving Varel a lot more space, a lot more room. Cloud, really the only one though with an ult amplification matrix, getting close to that sound barrier, which you need against R3K. But Yoshinori back on the again, and you're getting picked on the Nico.
He now falling low as well. looks like Daff are finally going on to just complete comfort hits. R3K onto the Queen. Yoshi now onto this Genji. This is what Daff love. This is what they thrive in.
Chaos. Just absolute chaos. And when it's a bit more off meta than most teams would really have you believe, but Yoshinori on the Genji, no Zari though for bubbles, so you can't go as aggressive, but already nearly at that blade as Varel. They do not want this cap to happen for that front spawn to dash.
Ace now trying to get up onto this high ground. Artillery strike is going to be popped right on top of themselves just for a bit of protection, as well as that sound barrier now to keep Nico alive in this fight. Blade from Yoshinori though, it's got to come up big, it's got to pay those dividends. It's finally finding Mint, but is it going to be enough? As Varel have found quite a few, and yeah, Varel win that fight.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did Daff get front spawn there and we didn't catch it? I think that's the highlighted diamond. Yeah,
It looks, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
Okay, so Daff with that front spawn, Varel now will have to take a much closer engagement than they'd otherwise like to. In fact, R3K has switched over from the Junker Queen, once that Rampage didn't work, over to the Zarya this time round. And why would you go Zarya? For Yoshinori. Basically, Yoshinori is now a tank. You know, you're just constantly bubbling, Genji's, allowing them to go in super aggressive. KSG, they've been a risk for a little while, nearly up to that terrace surge.
Ace has this overclock as well, looking to go around, get a good flank and pop it to take down some key targets here. Yoshinori finding Cookie though. The Terror Surge does come out, catches R3K, but it's not leading to any death. R3K is the one taking names here. Yoshinori helping out too, and all of a sudden, that's Daff taking Colosseo.
Wow, okay. There've been so many upsets tonight, right? Dav taking a Colosseo away from Varel, away from an incredible team that completely rolled Heaven Sent right to the end. Now, all of a sudden, Dav able to even up the series so far, taking them to Colosseo and playing a different composition than I think Varel really are comfortable in versing. I mean, you could see that they were we had switches from Sigma to Junker Queen to, of course, the Orisa last second there. And every single time, especially towards the end there, it really was all in for Daff.
Yeah, it looks like history is repeating itself as we are now 2-2. Daff have taken Colosseo like they did when it was Kraken Esports Club versus Varel, and moving into control. If history continues repeating itself, theoretically Varel should be taking it. And if that's the case, we'll be going quite the distance here tonight, Pap. We'll find out how that goes after a short wee break. We are evened up 2-2 again, and this is going the distance. Daff and Varel are putting in so much energy to make sure they're
Yeah.
both still in it. And at this point, moving into our escort map, Pap, I think this could once again go either way. History tells us that Varel should win, but history tells us that it's usually control, whereas now we're moving into escort, which
That's
is
map 5,
completely
yeah.
different game mode.
We're not used to a different sort of map 5 like escort, but we haven't seen much escort this whole series because it has been locked behind a map 5 paywall.
Yeah.
But now we were pretty much guaranteed to see it this series unless we got a complete stomp, which was so unlikely, and now we are evened up 2-2. What might give us a little clue on what our next map is the subs that are coming in.
Yeah.
So Varel, KSG is out, and guess what? They found Plankton. they found him. They got him on. So the Sigma Specialist is back for Circuit Royale. I mean, this is literally the Sigma map. And then for we got Mint is out and Mihawk is in. That makes sense, right? With Mint, you take Mint for Lucio especially, whereas Circle Royale, you don't really run the sort of Lucio-esque comps. Usually this is where you do actually see a Zen come out or an Alari with, of course, the Baptiste, who's just so strong at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is a good map pick for Varel to pick here. Especially because it is going to make a lot of like what Daff kind of enjoy a bit harder to run. You can still run the Genji for Yoshinori, which they're going to do, but R3K is kind of going to be restricted quite a bit.
Yeah, R3K is going to be forced onto the Sigma as well as Plankton's on the... Where is my Plankton Sigma? I'm sure it's coming, but Daff... Why does Daff want to go rig here? Because you know you have really pokey comps. Yes, go on.
So they've been beautifully playing this piano, and you've not allowed the respect of that piano playing.
I think I could play the piano better than that. I was doing them a favor personally. No, as I was saying, I bang on this Brig. We've been seeing that on Midtown. Didn't quite work out for them either. Why not the Zen? What are we shutting down? Well, I would say the answer is who we see on screen. A man, the Mr. Legend Cookie on to the Genji. That will allow the dive to be really hard to do into Daff.
Nico's getting some good space though. Varel pushing up quite well actually here. Daff are giving that respect as always, you know, allowing Varel to gain a bit of space until Daff are confident to push right back into them here. And now, look how far this payload's moving, purely due to respect. Plankton, however, is getting a bit aggressive, got caught out, didn't quite get taken down though, and so, once again, it is just that slow staggered out who's going to pull first.
Yeah, it's all up to which ultimates come online, who gets stunned up, very close, but it's Cookie to fall first, thanks to iBang.
Yoshi then finds Nico, and now, because of that, you know, no DPS, so Daff are able to just completely clean the field here.
Yeah, that's why you take that Brigitte, just in case, because someone like Cookie tries to infiltrate that backline. And Cloud, though, onto this Zenyatta, I was talking about it a little bit earlier, that Discord Orb is brutal, especially when you put it on someone like the Genji or the Sigma. When the Genji tries to get in and gets Discord, it's very hard, much harder to stay alive here. And you can also put Harmony Orb onto your own Genji too, to keep them alive, all the while building up to an incredible Transcendence that would be shutting down Sigma ult. They give Sigma ult, Plankton with the Gravitic Flux.
Probably going to wait it out, wait for this amplification matrix to finish, but R3K is going to utilize theirs first. It actually takes Plankton out, finds Mihawk too. That is bad news for Varel's push here, as the second attack they attempt is shut down.
Yeah, half the time is gone into that time bank here, as you do not want to lose Cookie there. You did not. They live. Let's go. As Varel 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining here. They do have some very good ults coming up. Of course, they still have that Flux from Plankton as well as that Transcendence we were mentioning earlier. And the blades from either side as well with Overclock is going to be brutal for either team. It's basically, it's Rally versus Transcendence here, or Nico just falls.
And Nico falling once again, making it so hard for Varel to just approach it all. Flux now comes out, catches out Yoshinori, but the supports are there, Immortality as well. Yoshi finally falls thanks to an aggression from Plankton and a blade now from Cookie. Overclock, however, from Ace, trying to even it up. That disruptor shot tickling Cookie, but not taking them out. And now Daff gonna give them a little bit of space again.
You kind of have to after using so many ults and losing so many ults there, but Cloud actually maintained that Transcendence, which is massive, especially because that Yoshinori is still there, but no longer for Ace.
Yoshinori's blade, though, not going to come through the way they wanted it to, thanks to that Transcendence here, and now Overclock for Nico is ready and online if they want to pop it. But this point looks like it's just going to completely cruise on through. Amplification Matrix got committed as well, but everyone collapsed. Daff completely died and lost that ult.
Yeah, that was really well played there from Varel to completely shut down a lot of those ults that Daff used, like the blade and like that amp matrix that we saw. And Varel now taking a very aggressive position, basically where point B should be capped. Do not want to let Varel get an inch here.
Look how far up Varel have decided to push. And actually, it's working out with that amplification matrix. However, the Gravitic Flux from R3K starting to even it up here. Losing Plankton's going to make it so much harder for Varel to survive. You don't have that tank for that sustain and that protection here. So, yep, Varel starting to fall back.
You don't, yeah, exactly. No tank, and your other team has the tank. R3K, of course, still throwing out some damages. Daff, though, left scratching ahead to this next fight. You're really hoping to build up that sound barrier. Plankton, Nico, and Cookie each have their ultimates as this. Oh, what?
R3K caught in it. Ibang and Yoshi are taking down Nico. Finally putting in some work for Varel to keep this payload moving again, as they kind of got stalled out once more.
Yeah, Daff had nothing to answer that at all. Cookie, though, they did fall and they have blades, so you don't have to worry about that if you do want to touch last second here, which surely you do as Daff, as, yep, it will be Yoshinori to touch.
Yoshi managing to stall it out for now. A minute 12. They want to win this fight and shut down Varel's push here. Cookie, however, has built up his blade. Is going to go on to Ace for it. Ace power sliding away, but isn't going to survive that swift strike there. Too good. Cookie finishing them off, but only finding Ace here now. Ibang throwing out the sound barrier, and Yoshi taking down two. A blade of their own now. Executing Plankton, finds their Genji counterpart. This payload shut down just before the end of point 2.
Now, that was great. 40 seconds remaining here for Daff's defense. Varel, this is your final fight here. However, you still have Cloud's Transcendence. They were not there to use it against Yoshinori's blade. So this is more of just an aggressive Transcendence, where you're just pushing your team into Daff to kill them as fast as possible.
And Matrix to slow down Varel, at least temporarily here, and Nico actually gets caught out thanks to Yoshinori. Now gonna try take out Plankton or Cookie. There's that Transcendence you were talking about. It's gonna be used to save Plankton for now. Ace popped the overclock as well, so all of a sudden a lot of damage coming out. Overtime has ticked along here. Cookie falling low, gets taken down. Plankton found from behind, and that is going to be where the payload stops just before the end of second point.
Man, this is kind of like Midtown deja vu for Varel for that last match that they had against Heaven Send, where they couldn't quite push it to the end of point B. They got in a fair way though, but this does give Daff it's pretty much the first opening it's seen when Varel's picked their map, right? It's usually when Varel has picked, it's been a bit more of a stomp, but Daff played an exceptionally well in Circuit Royale, and especially this play from Yoshinori, not letting the point be capped for point B. It was so agonizingly close for Varel, but they just couldn't get it done, and that is how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, they've set themselves up, Def, to be specific, for a fairly easy push here. That's not too far. You just got to cap first point and then get up around that uphill area. The uphill area can be very good for a pokey defense, however, but they don't have to push it all the way.
They have to push it most of the way, though. We saw where that green, very moldy waffle was. It was practically 1 meter away from being capped. So, Daf, they do have a lot of questions to be answered. How are you going to lean into Pei Li going over to the Ana so you can nano Yoshi? I don't mind this, however, not going Sigma on Circuit Royale is tricky because you get poked a lot more. You can't protect your team as easily. You don't have accretion to shut anything down, so you're really relying on good bubbles. But I mean, when you have Yoshinori on the Genji who's been popping off recently, why not just go all in?
That is a devastating start for Varel. There is 2 are taken down. Plankton falls. Complete clean sweep for Daff. Oh, that early pick onto Mihawk was not how you want to start defense.
Yeah, Ace got an awesome headshot there, and yeah, this is great for Daff for many reasons. One of the reasons is that now you don't have to worry about being poked from the high ground for as long at all. You've already crossed all the bridges and stuff like that, so you can be a lot more aggressive as the Zarya. You don't have to worry as much about any high grounders. They have switched over to the Bastion, actually, for Nico.
Yoshinori trying to find that opening, wanting to go onto someone like Cloud, but it's actually Cookie that's found an opening of their own, chasing down Ace. Ace falling so low, gets taken down here. Now, because of that, R3K is falling, and Varel are going to stabilize just before that point gets captured.
Yeah, just in the nick of time to these fights have been so either quick or just not fast enough for Daff or Varel to get any value, and I think this is a good idea for R3K to switch back over to Sigma, because you saw how much damage they took and they couldn't block anything really towards the back end of that fight there. As they are backing up here, Varel, as Cloud, very close to that nano. Mihawk got the amplification matrix, in fact they pop it.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but it's actually Nico getting taken out. Barley did fall 2, however, so Daff are now down 2, and that's just going to allow Varel. You don't want to commit to this fight any longer. Varel have already won.
Yep, back it right out, and be on your guard too, because Varel, they're coming up with almost every ult except for, of course, Mihawk, who just popped their amp matrix, but Daff as well. They're in really good straits. Why? They have iBang. iBang with the sound barrier they're looking to shut down a lot of ults, but if it can be used well, I don't see why it won't work.
Nearly got the blade, finally built it up. Cookie not going to commit to it at this point, though. iBang takes him down. The blade from Yoshi finishes off Cloud. This point is slowly collapsing for Varel, and Daff just need to finish off these last few, and we'll be able to push through first point.
Yeah, that sound barrier from iBang just kept everybody alive, even though the enormous sleep, honestly, from Cloud to shut down that blade from Yoshi. It wasn't quite long enough, and too much pressure on that backline, and it does crumble. So Varel, now, they have to defend this point B for 3 minutes and 17 seconds here. And, I mean, look, Cookie kept the blade, though, for this fight, and there's nothing really to stop it except for that immortality field.
Cookie really wanting a big blade at this point to try and shut down this push from Daff. It's a critical ult at the moment, and it is just always that big question of how am I going to get in there? What is my opening? Where am I going to push through? There it is, blade right onto 2, but the boot pushes Cookie back. Cozy now gonna dash onto iBang, takes them down. The Flux, however, to even it up, takes iBang out. Yoshi falls too, though. Back and forth, these picks going either way. This Amplification Matrix gonna try and make Plankton's job just a little bit harder. Ace falling so low, but is getting saved by Parlay. Will that Amplification be enough with Cloud going down? Yes, this payload still cruising along.
They have to get back so fast here, Varel. You cannot afford any more mistakes. This is your map choice. You're supposed to win this one.
3 meters. Cookie manages to get on, but falls so low. Who's going to be the next to touch? No one is. That payload gets captured. Daff take our next map and go up 3-2. They broke the curse there, Pat.
They did. They broke the 1-1-1-1-1-1 curse, and oh man, Daff, they've done it. What have they done? They've downloaded. They're doing what their namesake. And now they're executing, and now they're flattening, should I say?
Yeah.
They've adjusted well and truly. This is just the Daff that we know, right? They just wait until, oh man, they're about to lose. No, we're not. We're gonna go our more comfort picks. We're gonna go a little bit less meta and just play our hearts out. And I mean, at this point, it's working for them. So Varel now, this is it for them. They need to turn this around.
Yeah, Varel certainly hoping to find that critical play that they need to just completely bring everything into their favor. Moving into control, that might be the way to do it. You know, they have been more successful on control than Daff have. So if any map choice is going to make it work, it will be control. We'll see whether Daff can end it out after a quick wee break. Daf are on match point and have set themselves up to win the series. The question is, can they close it out? Meanwhile, Varel, if they can take this one more map, they'll be putting us into that final map territory, going all the way 7 maps again, which is just a complete repeat of last season's APAC. So I'm genuinely loving this rematch because I can tell that both teams want it so badly.
So this is actually the first time in this series that we've gotten to a point where some of the teams can select the control point, and Varel, for their final defense, their final stand to make sure it does not go in Daf's way, will be, as you said, in Busan. And given these subs that we've been seeing with Mihawk, they're back out and Mint's in, so you have to expect a Lucio. And then Plankton's out. Bye. We found them for a little bit, but they're gone, and KSG is right back in. I mean, it's going to be tough no matter what, especially now that Daf is into that, that it's now so long has passed in this series that this is where Daf come alive. However, Daf are yet to do well on a control point, so they've got that against them.
KSG back in. I do feel like that is a smart choice. KSG has been performing so well. I mean, they got player of the match for a reason, so if there's anyone to come in and potentially allow Varel to get one more map under their belt, it could be KSG.
Exactly right. KSG, the player of the match for the last one, so it's for the last series, so why not bring them in once again to defend your right, to defend your claim to Busan, as they'll be leading with KSG on the Sigma again, as R3K though on the Junker Queen.
Look at that. Daf just want to run down Varel right from behind, try and catch him out. Varel, however, they need to play this distance here. They cannot let Daf collapse on top of them. Nico taking a lot of damage. That's where Ace comes in. R3K, however, gets taken down. Nico now able to burn through Parlay, and all of a sudden, Varel are going to be the first team to take control of Sanctuary.
Wow, KSG played a fantastic Sigma there as well, making sure that R3K got no value there on that Junker Queen, and there you go. So little value, in fact, that R3K has gone over to the Sigma this time round. And Nico back onto that Bastion pick that worked so well for them before. I love that as the poking continues to the May Wall.
Oh, that May Wall completely devastating R3K's approach there. You are not allowed to enter anymore. Yoshinori just going to be staggered out. And yeah, Varel looking good. They look so good on control every time.
They really do, and Daf looks so bad on control every time. They can't seem to win any control. I mean, they did win a massive Lijiang Tower there a little bit ago, but Varel looking strong. R3K playing a little bit of tank mystery heroes at the moment, now gone over to the Doomfist, in fact. Immortality Field drawn out early, though, for Varel.
And the overclock from Ace here as well. Amplification Matrix, a lot of damage, and Nico feels it. Full force. Cookie, however, takes down Ace. KSG now pushing up quite aggressively onto these supports, trying to take them down, falling so low as the committed flux, but it's not gonna, oh, it's gonna commit it. Okay, gonna throw it right on out there onto the supports. Immortality to keep them alive here. This point is still in Varel's control, and now finally KSG pulls Nico back now, just stalling out that time, getting a high percentage.
79% is really good. That's Varel now pretty much solidifying that we only need to take the point once, and then you're going to have a very rushed final fight, Daf. R3K, we were saying this before, right? Daf love to go those sort of comfort picks when time is rough. Ace is now onto the Soldier 76. You've got Yoshi now with the Blade. They're going to pop it just inside the team of Varel.
Need to do something, and that's not it. Yoshinori going down first is not what you want to do with that Blade. Artillery Strike finding Ibang as well. However, Def are easing up these picks. Cookie throwing out a Blizzard into this wee room, hoping to finish off someone else from Def. Parlay does fall, but Cloud has gone too, and with these back and forth picks here, it's actually going in Def's way in the end.
Yeah, that's nuts, honestly, especially because Yoshinori, sorry, just went in there expecting the team to sort of back them up. Nobody really came. They got picked off very early into that fight. Daft, though, they're only 55% on the board there, so Varel have plenty of time. QKI actually gone over to the Sombra, Mint now onto the Brigitte as well, so you're expecting EMP, some hacks onto R3K as they go in.
Blade coming out from Yoshinori, not quite finding anything, really needs to raise the bar if they want their blade to work, and Yoshinori could not find anyone. Now Varel have an opening. They can start to approach with this amplification matrix mixed with a tactical visor from Ace is going to completely ruin KSG's push here. No longer able to play on point, and Varel going to have to go back to the drawing board there and figuring out how are we going to approach when they are completely surrounding us. Daft wanting to finish off this fight nice and quickly to ensure no last second touches. Rally from Mint, however, does get on. Overtime will take over. KSG now on the Doomfist, taking down Parlay. R3K wanting to get a little bit of revenge. Iban getting chased down now by KSG. KSG wanting to put in a lot of work, and actually, Varel have got point back.
That was incredible. They managed to bring that back, and Yoshi being so low as well into this fight. They did get out. There you go. 90%. This is final fight. No matter what happens here, one of the teams will take it. R3K not going on Doom last second. Instead, it will be the Jungle Queen.
Probably just to try and make KSG's life a little bit harder. Running right through an amplification matrix was a little bit scary for R3K, but they didn't die during a point. In fact, flips over to Daft. Varel got distracted fighting off point and gave it back to Daft. The EMP ruined! R3K taking down Cookie, not what you want if you are a fan of Varel right now. Mint falling, this point slowly falling, looks like it's going Daft's way as Sanctuary goes to Daft, 100 to 99.
Wow, as soon as Yoshinori is on the Genji, they pop off, even if you don't have bubbles and it's just a Junker Queen, or of course the Doomfist as well. Diving in with Doom worked an absolute treat. Just Yoshinori, take off your hat. That was beautifully played. And now Daft taking a map off Varel in control, which is nuts. Varel now, are they going to go? I reckon they will actually run the Reinhardt in such a brawly map.
Varel are playing from behind now. Daffa up one, and if they win Mecha Base, they win our whole series. So Varel do not want to let that happen, and it looks like this Reinhardt comp is going to be their attempt at an answer.
I mean, I love Reinhardt comp as much as the next guy. It's really going to have to come up Ryan, but I don't think it is as Nico falls. However, Yoshi's down.
Ace now is going to be trying to finish off Cookie there. Dodge the Reinhardt as well, using the Maywall to their advantage. And KSG falls. Parlay able to just bounce right on top of them with their Exo boots. R3K now running on top of these remaining few Varel stragglers. And that first early cap should go Daft's way. Unless Nico has something to say about so much damage, but R3K survives.
That's some more time burnt off the bank as well, because you got to wait for Nico to come on back. Varel, they're really hoping for those walls from Cookie to come up big, get somebody like R3K. They already have shut down Yoshinori once before, need to do it again. Ace though, doing so much damage, already 80% to their overclock as Varel deciding which way they want to come, trying to mix up that. Which way they're going? It's the high ground.
A little bit of a guessing game, guess which way we're going, and it looks like the high ground is the solution here. Amplification matrix from both Baptiste, and Cloud is going to be the one to come out on top, taking down Ibang. Daffin not going to have the speed to run away from Varel anymore, so they're going to have to build up a bit of space early on. Yoshinori now taken down, and now it is a 3v5, and I mean, Cookie does fall. R3K trying to even it up, but ultimately with Parlay going down, R3K can hope to keep the fight alive, and they throw the Rampage out. Maybe not the right call there as Varel win the fight.
What? I mean, I get that Varel are usually the team that does that, but no, this time Daft taking a leaf out of their book, and now that you've lost a crucial ultimate, I'm surprised that R3K didn't want to switch off of the Jungle Queen after that. But no, they still want to run it through with that commanding shout. Yoshinori looking for a way into the backline, but it will be the arterial strike. Didn't get anybody, but does get iBang low enough to kill.
iBang and Ace both down. Barrel pretty confidently going to be holding this point for now here. Yoshinori and Parlay just going to stall it out as they're building up their percentage. 69% here, but Barrel are all on the kill feed.
But that whole time, Daf managed to actually take the point off of Barrel. That was easily a nice 10% that went Daf's way, if not further. So now you've got, okay, there's probably 2 fights in this if we take this for Barrel to attack us. But now if Daf retake, it'll only be 1 good fight from Barrel. But Barrel don't even want that to happen. KSG with the shatter, of course, goes for it. Doesn't hit anyone though. That is so unfortunate. Yoshi just taking the point, kind of? Or just going back to spawn?
Yeah, Cookie taking them out. That's huge news for Barrel at the moment. That's exactly what they wanted to slow down Def's push, build up a little bit more ult percentage. Ace now trying to push in without their Genji to help Cookie, putting a lot of pressure onto Ace and forcing them down. Mint's going to chase them down to execute Ace. Sound barrier from the low ground as well as Cloud's amplification matrix, but it's actually Yoshi's blade to come out, taking down Cloud. It's all it's going to find, but Parlay finds Nico. Def are really trying their best to come out on top here with this wall blocking and Yoshi. That's not good. Yoshi taken down, and Def did get point back again. They like to snatch it from Barrel.
It's a nice couple of percentages, but Varel will take it back rather quickly unless you're going to have a Jungle Queen dive into the point last second there. Overclock, really the only thing for Daf to keep them in the live, but Ace falls.
Going down, R3K trying to chase down Nico. Nico making it so hard for this Junket Queen to thrive, and artillery strike now onto point with a blizzard here to try catch anybody who's just hiding out. Yoshi now on the Tracer, taking down Cloud, trying to find Mint as well. Both supports from Barrel are gone. Overclock is now free to engage and completely tear apart Barrel. 85% on the board for Daf. If Barrel can't take this, Daf are gonna be our season champions.
You said it, 8 seconds remaining. Polestorm does not find anything, but still forces some more time off the bank. 3 seconds to touch. Can they stay in it? They've touched in time. All thanks to Mint.
Mint just managing to get that last minute touch, but you need to do more than just a last minute touch. You need to wipe out Daf and get that point back in control. So far, it is just everyone playing around point as safely as possible, doing last minute touches, but Mint is down. Ace falls, KSG also taken down. It is a back and forth fight, 3v3. Cloud hoping desperately to keep Barrel alive with their support, with their heals, but it's Yoshi and R3K on the board. Daf just need to finish off Nico, and they will be our full series champions.
Daf did it. They won a control map, and it doesn't just win them the map, it wins them the entire championship. Daf, congratulations, beating out Varel, beating all your rivals. You had the biggest target on your back tonight. You had 2 teams fighting to beat you, but no, you put your foot down and took a victory, and won on control at that. Congratulations.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from Daf there, and showing us why they deserve that title. You know, technically, Daf, the organization, is not 2-time champions of APAC, but the players in Daf and the coaching staff of Daf are 2-time winners, as they were Kraken Esports for the previous season. So they are definitely what you can consider to be the best in APAC for our 2023 seasons.
Yeah, Varel fans, I shed a tear for you. You guys came so close this time round, and Varel they're the team that just gets so close each and every time, and unfortunately fall short as Daf, even after the 8 days of waiting for their next match, they didn't just download, they didn't just adjust, but they flattened the rest of the competition there, and winning those 2 matches in a row, breaking that curse as you were talking about earlier, Opa. That was so tough, that 1-1-1-1-1, and then eventually bringing it out and winning it in 6 maps. Well done. Congratulations.
Yeah, we didn't see all 7 maps, which is a little bit sad. You know, you always want it to go the distance, but we didn't need to, especially when Yoshinori was playing just on top of his game. Yoshinori, the young talent that DAF has in their back pocket here. Yoshinori was consistently getting crucial blades on the Genji. Phenomenal Genji player for sure, and a big reason why DAF were always coming out just on top. A lot of those last minute pushes were thanks to Yoshinori, so they are our player of the match for the grand finals.
Yeah, very well deserved. Our final player of the match for the APAC Fall Series, as Yoshinori so consistent on that Genji. Yes, they did play a bit of Mei. Yes, they played Tracer, but I guess their full house is always when they play that Genji. Their blades did not need any nanos, almost any backup sometimes, and just shut down a lot of the pushes that Varel were trying to use. As that's our final scores of today. Apara, Heaven Sent, unfortunately fell 1-3. Varel playing a very good series there, but coming up short against DAF, who took our series 4-2.
Yeah, and just like that, that's the Apex season done for us. Full series coming out with DAF being our winners. They were the team to go all the way through that upper bracket and then hold true at the very top. Varel desperately wanted to push through that lower bracket because they actually fell into the lower bracket fairly early this season, and they wanted to make it back to have the rematch against DAF. They managed to get that rematch. Unfortunately, could not quite come out on top. So Varel coming second place again. So once again, sitting in that spot of like, we are the second best team. We are really good.
We are
here.
okay.
I mean, second best is nothing to scoff at. Let's be real here.
I won't say it. But yeah, as you can see, the bracket, DAF undefeated through the upper bracket. There was no storyline of falling down to the lower bracket and making it back up. No, DAF this season too strong for the rest of the competition. Yes, Varel made it hard. Yes, Heaven Sent made it hard, and Varel again. But DAF, I mean, if that isn't just results and proving how good you are, I don't know what is. Yeah, hats off to you, Varel, and of course Heaven Sent as well for coming third. But ultimately, it will be DAF.
Yeah, and DAF really happy with that victory. They put in so much effort, so much work, you know. They've got a lot of talent on that roster, and it'll be really exciting to see where DAF goes moving into 2024. Of course, as we said, that is the end of the APAC Fall Series. Yep. Do not stress, though. There is still some more contenders left waiting for you. The Korean Contenders Fall Series. We have the playoffs for that happening later on this week, so there's still so much more exciting contenders action waiting for you.
Yes, so we have all starts on Friday, then it continues with Unknown and G-Cliff. They'll be taking you through those ones, and then you're stuck with us again on Saturday, and then taking the Korean finals home, which will be in the WDG Stadium. Yeah, that will be on the Sunday. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled, droppers. There's still time. Also, just so they know, Paul and LaFon are going to be running those grand finals. I'm so sorry.
Phenomenal casters there.
No one will be taking you through. It'll just be silent. According to me, just no one's around. Goodness.
Yeah, that has been the APAC finals, and what a journey it's been from day one of Spring Series all the way through to our Fall Series. I feel like we've watched a lot of teams grow, especially DAF. DAF, I think in the spring series ended like 4th or 5th place, something like that. So they've really made a big turnaround. We've seen teams rise and fall, Varel, Rhodes, and especially talking about this season, we do just want to give a big shout out to all the teams that played: Heaven Sent, Four Eyed Freaks, Fade, Invincible, NG UK, Six Blow, Varel, and of course the winners, DAF Esports. Without the players, we can't really do too much. And so a big thank you to all those teams for putting on such a great show and giving us some really incredible matches to cast.
And also all the coaches, managing staff that I'm sure that none of us will ever know about. And of course, all the camera people, the observers, the producers, the people that talk to us, that help us out as well, this APAC series, to get you guys the cleanest and the most polished production possible. So yeah, we really hope you enjoyed. But Apara, for you, what was your biggest takeaway in APAC? For me personally, I love seeing the development of the meta. I'm gonna say that the same with Korean Contenders as well. You just watch. But it always happens again where we start with a specific comp and then the way it just evolves. But my favorite is that the way that DAF won was just to go comfort picks, to go sort of not anti-meta per se, but just to really put Varel on the back foot and say, okay, yeah, this meta's been developing for 3 weeks, but we don't care. we want to play our game, and that's exactly how they completely I want to say shuffled away Varel. I don't know why. Just whoop, away with you. So yeah, that's my pick.
Yeah, I think my biggest takeaway is just, if you're feeling down and out in your competitive matches, just do a DAF. Download,
just come back,
analyze, flatten. That's all you got to do. Figure out how the enemies play, analyze their play style, and then completely flatten them. We've rebranded DAF without them knowing. DAF stands for download, analyze, flatten. And
you're welcome.
They don't get an option on that anymore. But yeah,
what are they going to do about it?
Yeah, true. I think that is that's my biggest takeaway, is just seeing how DAF, no matter what, was always able to come out of the trenches, and they may be down in the first few maps, but always able to bring it back. So that's us for our full series APAC. Don't forget, more Korean Contenders happening later this weekend. So thank you all for coming along, and we'll see you all in a couple of days.
See ya. Stay hydrated.